See this? I quit. I opened my own hotel. Patrol.
Hello, chatto! Today is Tuesday. I don't know why I said it like that, but coming up today on Building a Nation with Sirens of Malta, I think I might be muted, but I'm not. Malta are one game away from the European Championship. Can they get there? Everything suggests that they can, but this is also Malta, and they have a habit of fucking things up. In other news, we're back in action in Europe. I've tested this tactic, and it's actually better than I thought. Other Maltese sides are massive. All that and more coming up today. I've made it through it on Sirens of Malta. We're Building a Nation. Fuck it, stirrups! Well, that's just move my head back and no. Can't style it out. Can't style it out. Ah, dear. I know, I felt I had to bring back the MTK today. That it was about time that we brought back the MTK. We've always got Gideon staring over our shoulder in the back left corner there, so there's always that. Other Maltese heads are massive. It's true. I've met the Gauchis, big heads, a lot of them. Sorry, Matt.
Maltese heads are massive?
Might have done. I say what I like. Andrew, thank you very much for the 7 months. Also, there was definitely a follow during the intro as well, wasn't there? JCM, thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream, my friend. Bear facts, well, I mean, they're there. We haven't brought out the bear facts for a while. I mean, obviously, as you'll have just seen, because James just put the link in chat, like, and literally the second I start stream, they're like, yeah, let's drop this now. Gone. I think people are seriously this is one of these situations where I kind of feel like people are just like, we want different thing, but no guarantee different thing will be better, because actually most likely it won't be. We just want different thing because reasons. It's just like, I don't know. I feel like it's like you've been in 2 European finals. Okay, the World Cup wasn't amazing, but who do you replace him with? And then then what happens? It's like, I don't think it's as like grass isn't always greener, right? I just don't see why this is such an amazing thing that is
Another month of
needed.
mediocrity. Thanks for 12 hours of entertainment a week.
As many as 12, Con. you privileged me, my friend. Thank you very much for the 8 months, Emma. That's very kind of you. It's great. Yeah, it fucking is. Maybe it's just because of... I grew up watching England, obviously, and I'm 34. So the tournaments that I was exposed to in my early days were World Cup 98, going out to Argentina, right? World Cup 2002, losing to Brazil. World Cup 2006, the Germany site. Was it? Yeah, it was World Cup 2006, wasn't it? It just... Knockout draws his face, though. Yeah, but, I mean, we didn't control the draws. I feel like people are a bit weird on the knockout draw thing. It's like, you don't control who you play against. In addition, was that 2010? What was 2006? Where did we go out in glorious failure? You're right. No, wasn't that the Euros? It was Portugal, you're right. So, again, this sort of glorious failure where actually nothing was really achieved with some pretty good squads. I would argue that our current team is better than it was, but we had some fucking good players. But with, like, the whole draws thing, particularly this time around, because obviously our side of the draw was, you know, evidently less good than the other side. But the reason that was the case is because a lot of big teams did shit. That's not really... I feel like he sometimes gets criticised for not beating teams that he couldn't have possibly played, and it's like, what can you really do about that? Anyhow, leave us. I don't think I would want that either, honestly. Because I actually made... I was listening to a podcast this morning when I was running, and they made a really good point about that, about how's Newcastle playing extremely aggressive pressing and very high intensity game, and I just don't know if that's going to work for England, given that every time we play at these tournaments, it's always at the end of a season, everybody's knackered. And I actually think a pragmatic approach is probably better, and we've done quite well playing pretty pragmatic. Now, were we crap on Sunday? I'd say crap. We were not near as good as we could have been, and Spain were massively better than us and deserved the win. I mean, that's pretty much inevitable, right? They were... especially in the second half, insanely good. Like, really, really good. And probably could have had 2 or 3 in that little spell after half-time where they just tore through us like a knife through butter. And we were actually lucky to still be in the game at that point. If it wasn't for some really good saves from Pickford and some last-ditch defending, we would have easily been 3-0 down there. Oh, the double-header save. I thought... And the thing is, though, even if we score there, I still feel like Spain just turn it up again in extra time. And because we'd have just played for penalties at that point, right? Get some new ideas. Yeah, but I feel like people say new ideas. What... New ideas like finishing much worse, because I feel like that's a lot of the one. Team selection, I agree on the team selection stuff, absolutely. Particularly, not even like team selection, but squad selection sometimes. I feel like with the lack of players that we had to fulfill that left-back spot this tournament, it felt a little bit like you have to plan for that, surely. Like, just hoping that Luke Shaw's going to get fit. I mean, it kind of nearly worked, but that would have been, went for Carsley. Yeah, to be fair, I thought Pickford actually picked out some incredibly good passes at times, but it was, as you say, too long. I just don't like Bellingham playing off that left-hand side either. I know he actually had an okay game in places, but to be fair, I thought the first half, Shaw was actually really good on Yamal, to the point when both... do you remember there was a spell towards the end of the first half where both Nico Williams and Lamine Yamal were on the same side, because they were just like, no, we're really going to go down this side here. We really want to. Libero Sleep Screen. Yeah, I mean, I think you're going to have troubles dropping Kane, just in general, right? Kicks on the shot long, and boy, can he kick it long, right? Yeah, Kane was... I think that was honestly possible. I mean, I didn't watch the Denmark game because I was not able to get to a television, but that... probably the worst one. Yeah, Williams is so good. I love watching Nico Williams. He's so good. Just yeah, that's what we were discussing. From nowhere to... I think there's an element of like, because particularly when you look at where the expectations were when he took over and where they've got to now, obviously the squad has improved over that period, but the expectations have gone from pretty much nothing to you must win everything or you're shit, and I just don't feel like that's entire. Spain are just better. And the other thing I feel like when people talk about how England need to impose themselves in games and this and that, it's like people seem to misunderstand that the other team actually does have a say in how a match goes as well. Like, you can't just go, today we're going to impose ourselves, and Spain are like, oh, go right ahead, my son. It just isn't as easy as that, is it? I actually quite like Picture's distribution. I wonder if he was told to play longer in that game. I typically don't know. FIFA, thank you very much for the follow. And Danny, thank you for the 41 months. Holy Lord.
Time for anxiety to relax. Thanks for all you do.
Well, I guess... What about if I try to make you... That's impossible. I'll be the only anxious one today after I finish this coffee. Safe to do. So best thing I can suggest, FIFA, as far as save selection, would be to try out this website called Perchance. I'm sure by the time I finish talking about it, someone will have actually helped with the link. Basically what it will do is it will pick you like a random save, and I mean random. It will give you like a team, a tactic, certain styles that you want to try out. You could do it as many times as you like, and it will just give you some options, basically. And there you go. Andrew's put it in chat for you. Have a little look at that website. It's pretty sick. I've never actually like used it to make a save myself, but I know people have. Get Sam and his pint of wine back. Look very capable. Yeah. What I would say is it felt like there was at least we had a moment, right? When Palmer equalised, I believed for a second, and there was like a few minutes spell after that I went, oh, and then, no. Then we suddenly sort of retreated and stopped pressing as much, and I think Spain changed on it too.
Loving the content as always.
Thank you for the 5 months. How's it going, friend? Playing like Spain except for Sal. I guess, but I just really don't know if it is as simple as that. I think it's easy to sort of, with hindsight, go, oh, well, they could just play an incredibly aggressive style of play. But I feel like every time we did try to play aggressively against Spain, in moments in that game, they just cut through us. I think we're just not capable of doing that at the moment. I think we have some of the players for it, but I don't know. I just don't believe that the grass is going to be greener on the... Here's my prediction for whoever gets in charge, because I simply don't know who it is. I've seen like Graham Potter's been one of the favourites for the job, and I don't really... I don't think it matters who takes over next in that sense. Because here's what I'm going to expect, right? What's going to happen is whoever takes over is going to play a more aggressive style of football with more attacking stuff. And England will be really good in the World Cup qualifiers, probably with this new manager, right? And then we'll get to the tournament, play that same style and get knocked out in the round of 16 by anyone who's any good, because they'll just play straight through it. That's my prediction is what's going to happen. And it'll be someone like... It'll be like someone like a Germany or a France. Actually, no, not even a Germany. It'll be like an Italy, probably. Just randomly knocked out the round of 16 by an Italy because they will be wily and they will just sit back, absorb the pressure, get a goal. I feel like England have got better at being pragmatic, and I don't want to lose a little bit of that. I feel like we need a bit more of a balance, but it does feel like it's not going to be particularly... What's Mourinho up to? He's managing in Turkey these days, is he not? Is it? I'm not going to say... I'm going to wait for chat to tell me which team in Turkey Mourinho is managing in case I get it wrong and risk the wrath. Not international... Well, he literally isn't. I mean, you're not wrong. So he literally isn't. But I guess no one is until they are, right? Back at this time. Well, with Italy, it's kind of one off, one on, isn't it? So they fuck one up, then they get one right, then they fuck one up. So that presumably means Italy will win the next World Cup. Fenerbahce, there you go. Go and stop and equalise. Yeah. There is, yeah. Fuck it, we ball. But I feel like fuck it, we ball would have just ended up with the same result. What I would say is that you could clearly see the tiredness was starting to creep in as the game wore on, and Spain just seemed to have that little bit extra. Lamine Yamal was still phenomenal. It's mad that he's 17. Like, legitimately. Italy are duping. They actually are, though. They are so all or nothing. It's brilliant. I love Italy because they are so, like, either we're the best team in the world or we are literally getting knocked out by Macedonia. Like, it's brilliant. I'm kind of glad we don't do that, at least. Yeah, that's the thing. With international management as well, there are certain club managers, as you say, that just simply wouldn't work, I don't think, in international management because it takes a long time to impose that kind of style on a team, let alone international. When you think of how little minutes how much time you actually get with the squad at international is very, very small. I could totally see that happen, Zanko, honestly. But it depends entirely who they line up. Yeah, Lamine being 17, I love that his dad is the same age as me. I think. I'm fairly certain his dad is 34, is he not? Which is actually mental. And wasn't his dad younger than... Was it Jesus Navas, who's actually in the squad? Not even in the competition. But I really rate that, though. It's like they're saving up... They're saving battery power for the overtake, you know? Bring it home, right? God, don't give me ideas there. 3 years younger than Navas. So Navas is 37. I was surprised to see Navas still in the Spain squad. Is that just because he's had like an Indian summer to his career, or is it just that they really lacked for players in that particular position? Because I hadn't even thought about 38. Fair play. I like that for him. Also, weirdly off topic, but still on topic, he has gorgeous eyes. Jesus Navas, beautiful eyes. Porro, I thought Porro, that surprises me. I actually really like Pedro Porro. Still like Sevilla. I like those players that you sort of... They not disappear from the zeitgeist, because Sevilla is certainly not the doldrums of football, is it, by any means, although they haven't been great in the league for the last year or so. But I like that he's just still plugging away. Someone that just looks after themselves, all right? He turned 17 on Saturday. That's crazy, isn't it? The fact that was he the youngest player ever to play in a major final or something like that in terms of the men's game, beating Pele's record or something. Soon, Carl Hell probably retires. Carl, I just... weird one. I just don't like Danny Carvajal. I don't know why. I just don't like Danny Carvajal. There's something about him that really annoys me. Marc Cucurella has been superb at the Euros. Honestly, he might be one of my player of the tournament. He's a yeah, in it. Do you know why? I can't imagine Ginger as an Atletico fan why you might not like him. Oh, he's a hell of a... He's one of those players that you hate if he's on the other team, but if he's on your team, you probably love the shit out of him. I imagine some patterns of other countries probably see Bellingham a little bit like that, but he's not quite reached his maximum shithousery yet. Tricks of stereo. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Want to go with Cucurella? Sure. I love the fact that there was German fans booing Cucurella in the stadium. I was just like, I kind of rate that. They were like, oh, it's the German contingent. I was like, oh yes, the third party here. Biggest coincidence you've ever witnessed? Ooh, that's a fucking good question. I wish I had a direct answer for you. The only thing I can think of that is a coincidence that's, and this is barely, I mean, it's sort of a coincidence. You guys are familiar with Josh Peach, right? The Twitch, he's big on TikTok for doing FM stuff, obviously streams on Twitch as well. I believe he does YouTube. He works as like a videographer for Wolves. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with Peachy, right? So randomly, it transpired that back in the day when I was in a band, turns out the bassist in the band that I was in is Josh Peach's uncle. I just randomly found that out. So that's the only sort of coincidence I can really think of. Oh, me and Pog having the same birthday is pretty... Well, I mean, what are the odds of that, you might say? Palmer, yeah, I mean... It's... Has to start... I mean, he was very good. It was a great goal. Just a really, really good goal. Can you be my godfather, maybe? If you ask nicely. National teams have been in 20... Yeah, I saw that stat earlier. It's incredible. It's just in their blood, isn't it? It's incredibly cool. Both called Sam. Wouldn't it be brilliant if she was also called Samuel, but it's pronounced Samuel? Just a thought. Have you ever seen the full name written down, Sam? I ask you. That's actually kind of good, though. In fairness, when I was growing up, my next door neighbours were called Christopher and Christine, so it was Chris and Chris. Samuel! Yeah, there you go. I'm curious to see what Palmer's like next year at Chelsea, if he follows that season, because he's had a banging season, not just domestically, but obviously for England as well when he's had his chances too. I think it's just really cool. I want to see what he's going to be like next year, because I would say, I don't know what to make of Chelsea this year now, because I was just starting to go, okay, we back. And I say we back, you know, from their point of view, and now it's like with Maresca, it's almost like they have to start all over again. I'm not saying I want them to be good, because obviously it's Chelsea, but at the same time, they have some really fun players, and I want to see them do well, because I like a lot of those players. I haven't seen their new kit. Has anyone got a link? Let's go for this. Second best Uncle Man quizzes after the one guy from Liverpool House. That might be the only two uncle-related coincidences in the history of the World Cup, right? I hope I've stood him up. Yeah. You've got Palmer FC. Well, Chelsea have got a lot of fucking exciting players, and I want to see those players do well. Like, I don't have any dislike for Chelsea particularly. I know it's like a Fulham Chelsea thing, but like Fulham, I know that it's weird. It feels like the media ramp up the whole like West London derby, and Fulham and Chelsea just like we don't really care that much. Fulham's derbies are really QPR and Brentford. That's the ones we actually care about for the most part. I'm sure Dan would back me up on that. Mid is a strong description. To be fair, I wasn't really a big fan of Chelsea's kit last year either. I wish they'd been able to get that Paramount Plus spot. Oh my god. Sam Kerr looks so depressed. Conor Gallagher, what is this picture, by the way? Why did they not, like... What is going on with Conor Gallagher here? It looks like it's normally a blue kit and they're just in a swimming pool and it's just the reflection on it. It's true. I prefer the game, like... I think it's just because lately, Daz, like you say, we haven't really... Neither of us have really played QPR that much lately. That's yeah, it's not amazing, is it? Do you think it's like this is where they release some statement being like, well, this kit has been scientifically proven to make it easier for you to drop a shoulder and go past the last defender. Some girl's the right idea, like, oh my god. Oh dear. Hey, Assier. Cigarette company, is it? Is this like one of these things like with Ferrari and the Marlboro thing back in the day, where if they run fast enough, it shows like Benson and Hedges on the back? Yeah, it will be, but it's just like, surely we can have like good-looking 100% recycled turtle plastic. And bear in mind, I'm not saying Fulham's new kit is that good, because I think other fans like Fulham's new kit more than I do. What have you got? Let's have a look. Sorry, any QPR fans. I don't really hate. That's just quality. I just like the sleeves. No, I agree. And also, to be fair, Juve have done the same thing here. Oh, hang on, you can't see it. Sorry, my bad. I dislike this whole, because you know that's just so they can have a. Are they allowed sleeve sponsors in Serie A? Because Fulham have got that stupid beds one, and it's like, I do like that though. It's just classy.
I'm
It's simple.
afraid that I'm bringing a small album of immaculate Regen names.
Oh, you'll have to see. I've got to click this because otherwise it won't show up in the thingy. All right. It's already on the screen. Right, let's have a look. Taiguara Fantuzzi is superb. Fantuzzi. Oh, there's more. What we got here? Innocent Prince. Sensational scenes. Training kit. Yeah, I do like the fact that at least our training kits don't have a fucking betting sponsor, Dan, right? I should have got one last year. I really regret not buying the training kit last year. Clovis Cavaccioli. The Brazilian-Italian names are really solid. Marcelo Quintaliano. We need to look at more of the Brazilian Italians. We're missing out. Ipswich and Colchester. Yeah, I mean, I guess they would have been paying in the same division for a little bit, right? Back when Colchester were a championship club. I know it feels like a long time ago, since they nearly went out of the Football League last year, didn't they? Mongolian rhythm. I guess, but I still prefer that to a betting sponsor, honestly. Innocent Prince is great. In fact, while you're on the topic, I mean, we might as well have a little look for Innocents, right? Because there's bound to be a couple of... Okay. 'Tis a blessed day. Oh, there's so many. Oh my god, there's actually so many. Can we talk about Innocent Zonda? When you're filing your insurance claim for your accident in the supercar and you were not at fault. So we got that. Obviously, non-so-innocent. Hang on, isn't that the guy that was playing for Tarshin, or is that a different dude? Yep, no, I remember this guy. This is the guy that used to play for Tarshin Rainbows. Because I remember we found this guy in a league game against them one time. He actually wasn't ours, but he scored against us once in a game we were watching. Yeah, he's just guilty. Not so innocent. Oh, every time I see it. Innocent Moses is very solid too. Banda, Innocent Zulu, good. Innocent Cootsie. Innocent Johnson. I like Innocent Johnson too. That's really good. What's more? Innocent Billiat. Innocent Makanda. Martin Innocente. Charles Innocent. There's actually quite a lot. I'm just hoping to see some absolutely blessing Innocent. That's pretty good. I just scored one goal for Tarshin. Yeah, and I think it was against us. I'm convinced it was against us because I remember us watching a game. I can't remember why we were watching it because it would have been... Maybe it was back when we were still watching league games. I don't think it was, though. But I remember seeing it pop up on the thing. Model Citizen, I mean, you'd have to be called Blessing Innocent, right? My Innocenti don't come... When your one naive mate comes out with something. Innocent Theory. A condition called trypophobia. Yes, the patterns of holes. I won't be clicking that because I must admit they do make me a little uncomfortable. Is there actually... Oh, I'm going to click it anyway. But I'm not going to show chat just in case... Oh, no. Yeah, not a fan of that. Bonky Innocent. No, I'm aware of him. There's another couple of names like this, like Teenage, for example. That's a name you'll sometimes get. Although, maybe not. Teenage is a name that you can get. I've seen players in, I believe, Zimbabwe have Teenage as a first name. Just like how you get Prince and stuff. But there's a few names like that you wouldn't think to look up because they're not inherently, like, funny names by any means. They're just slightly incongruous, right? No Willie Blessing. Well, you say that, but Blessing is a name. There's every chance. 13 people. Nah. See, it's all... Oh, it's not all Zimbabwe. It's Zimbabwe and Nigeria. Because it's a first name, I noticed that the surnames are not quite as... Sunday is definitely a possibility, yeah. Teenage Hadibi. That's... Yeah, we had some absolutely wild names. Is he... Blessing Innocent Joy? Yes, you are. He's found the loophole. God's Power Blessing. Yes. I mean, God's Power is obviously in the name because of God's Power Tower. Although I rarely ever see it on... Oh, there you go. So there actually is a guy in the game. It's a brand new regen, in fact. God's Power Eze. God. And then we thought Ebere Eze was a great name. But no, God's Power, there he is, of course. Thank God is in the name pool. I had a player back on an old Fulham save I did years ago called Thank God and Bar. Now, I can't remember if it's one word or two. Oh, well, There's thank God Ubar, and then thank God Abraham. When Abraham rocks up late. Oh. What's this one? Innocent boy. Any screamers? Hang on, you can have Screamer as a name. Ah. I think you might be right. I think I have seen it. But apparently not in this database. So one thing I did, I noticed before stream that we were actually on the 1st of November, and I hadn't planned that. But then I was like, well, I've got a bit of time now. Let me just go and offer out all of our players and test out Martini's theory for November 1st so we can see if it actually works. So I've gone through and I've offered every player that's out on loan for transfer. So we'll see if that actually comes to anything. Any Manchester United? I doubt it. We'll just do this and then look for people. No people, unfortunately. That's a shame. Screamer Shabalala, that's even better. A goal for all of Africa. Mini Marcus, though, thank you very much for the 6 months, my friend. A nickname, though. But if it's still listed as a name, it could appear in the name pool, potentially. I've had a single Bubba. You hate to see it. Now, we haven't got the Maltese guy yet. We're still scouting him to get him fully scouted, but also, he was like £6 million, and that's just not what we can't afford him right now. We're already in £10 million of, like, loss for the season. Still fine on the richness, and doing okay FFP-wise, but I feel like next year, you can see it's dropping and dropping and dropping. It could be a problem. Yeah, I miss the Guamanian teams too. That's my biggest regret about F1 24, amongst the other stuff, is the fact that they've deprived us of all the fun names. Like, we used to be able to scroll on this page. And now, look what we've got left with. I mean, we've still got some good names, but where's Mama Crispies? Where's Carpet Masters? It's just not it, is it? Ah, dear. Empty Scout chilling in an Asian region. 9 months later, his knowledge in that area is above average. Really? When you say chilling, you mean you've just sent him to, like, scout a random tournament there, even though there's nothing sort of there. Speaking of, we need to check on our Scouty boy to see if he's actually... I mean, it's still not going to be much time, is it? But... where is he? There we go, Vollert. Oh! Oh! Bonjour, Fatty McBig, I said to myself in the mirror. It's working. Look at this. It's only minimal, but bro he's gathering. He is absorbing through the mitosis. Name to the name database. I'm not sure, Slip9. I know for a fact that if you add an official, it does, because that's how Hadrian adds names to the name pool. He makes fake referees, or he makes referees with the name. So, but I believe if you add it to the pre-game database, it should do, right? He's nearly as valuable as a Belgian physio. I mean, what more do you want? Any person with a name, yeah. So the best way to add names to the name pool and not be, this guy could find who asked. Very good. That's sensational scenes. Oh, God. I fucking... I'm going to be thinking about that later. Oh. Yeah, the official one is good because it's like non-invasive, so you're not having to worry about actually adding players to the game or editing anything that actually matters per se. Did you do any official stuff for this one, Hadrian, or was that because I know you did some like little Easter eggy things for this that you haven't told me about? I'm curious to know if there's anything that I might have missed. So yeah, the recruitment focuses that I use, Jota, are ones from Iron Owl. So these are all for finding youth players, as you can see. But if you watch that video that James has just linked in chat, that basically explains how I do it. Obviously, it's not my video, but please do go check it out because James is great. Let's find who asked. Who next say maybe a couple of media personnel. Oh, I see. Okay, I know you'd also set up some rivalries that were like right on the cusp of happening, and it would only take a couple of games for it to like tick over for us. But unfortunately, it seems we haven't met any of them, or it just doesn't work, which is always a possibility. This is very fun, like a lower division. Closest we're going to get is Acier Lyon, apparently. I also like Asger Wind Pettersson. Very solid. I'll just refund you points for that, and also that. Our recruitment focus is fully focused on, like, Africa. The problem is that he should still go to other countries, remember. He's not just going to be doing Europe. As far as I know, this is a worldwide recruitment focus. Let me just have a look. It's this one, isn't it? Like, it has no specific area. It's any. So in theory, he should go to those other countries too. And remember, if we sent him to Africa, then he'd lose all of the other knowledge. And that's the problem I find with the scouts. It seems that they lose the knowledge too fast. Although, maybe this is an opportunity to test whether that's actually true. And maybe they fixed that. I just stopped doing it, you know, because I didn't really see any point to it. So yeah, I've offered players that. I've also gone through and I've added a load more European teams. Well, I don't know what the rate of decay is on it, Ginger. That's the thing. We may want to test that potentially to see if, you know, if there's anything there. So now, no, wrong one. We're up to 885 team reports. I went through and I did all of Europe to add in some extras that we were missing. And you can see there was quite a few that were missing. So we're up to nearly 900 team reports now, which is pretty sick. He is going to be the map man. We'll have to just rename him to Jay Foreman once we're done. Guilty. I was hoping there'd be some random team just called like Guilty FC, or their biggest derby is against like Prison Officers FC. It'll be somewhere in like, you know, Zimbabwe. Unfortunately not. Make him our African mapman. Well, maybe this is actually perhaps a new strategy for us. Because the weirdest thing, right? So let's just look at these recruitment focuses. So these have been set up for ages. So Timmy Thomas has been doing this one. It's 18-year-old players, right? Look at the sheer amount of knowledge he's accumulated over that period. This one here is Carbassian. He had a lot to begin with and has gained a little bit more. But I wonder, obviously that's Vollert, Carbassian again. What I mean is, I wonder if something we maybe should do at some point is that maybe at the start of next season, so it's like a nice clean stopping point, is we reset the recruitment focuses and just get 6 really good scouts. The problem is if we send one to each continent, then it won't work so well with the recruitment focuses, because then we'd have to have a separate recruitment focus for each continent, and that would slow down our recruitment quite a lot. Whereas, at the very least, we should have 6 different scouts doing it, though. Like, each recruitment focus should have a different scout. We would just need 6 really good scouts, essentially. Yeah, we heard about it. Trust me, we heard about it. We spent the last, like, 20 minutes discussing it. Recruitment focuses said Africa or Asia. Well, also, remember, the more recruitment focuses you add, the slower the game gets. So we've got to be careful of how many we do. But it wouldn't be the worst idea to just set up a new one. But loads of scouts aren't doing anything. So Timmy Thomas, Carbassian, Vollert, and Mazzilli. So anyone that isn't one of those 3, basically. We could try this again, though. We could finally get Antarctica. It's the dream. So what about Sadiak? He's got higher adapt. Actually, oh, that's Mazzilli. No wonder he's doing well. We could try Donnelly, actually. Scott Donnelly. He's fucking insane. Loads of knowledge, but he could get more. Donnelly's probably the one, right? So let's set one up for Donnelly that's just Africa. Just to see. Plus, we might be able to get some extra African talent, provided I set it up right, you know? Lily... Ooh, bloody hell.
Happy day, Matthew. I hope this one is a good one for you. Or at least less stressful than mine.
My lord. Thank you very much for the 31 months, Icarus, as well. I hope you're okay, man. That didn't sound... That sounded ominous a little bit. Excuse me. Lilybun, thank you very much for the follow. He's out of contract. You're right. Let's just get him tied down to a 4-5-year deal. These guys need to make sure we're on long-term contracts too, yeah. I need to actually start doing that. One recruitment focus, set them all up for the same. Worldwide focus, any position. Yeah. We could also... What we could try is next year, maybe, as you say, just having 6 different recruitment focuses that are all 15 to 18 instead of doing it individually by year. So we'd probably cover... It might be worth trying, and then we'd have a much easier way of doing this, potentially. But let's just create one for Mr. Donnelly in the meantime. And we want any position from tactic. Wait, hang on, no. I want any and then any position. Then that down to that. That, leave it at that. Area. So just... Can we do continent? Yeah, we can, cool. Let's just say Africa in general. And we want Mr. Donnelly. Don't want to sign any scouts. I want Mr. Good. Mr. Donnelly. He's got 16 knowledge nations already as well. I also wonder if having Mazzilli on more than one focus is potentially dividing his time slightly. Right? Up to 21 in Africa. One of the problems we had with... One of the reasons that I find recruitment focuses are a bit icky is that I've noticed that the more broad you make it in that sense, the less you find. But let's try 21. Let's see. You never know. This is more of an experiment to see if he gets some scouting knowledge than actually finding anyone decent anyway, so it really can't hurt, can it? I mean, this is true, but that same thing could apply if they're 15. We want ongoing. Yeah, let's try it. We will just see what Scott Donnelly gets up to, because he has no knowledge of any African nation. So if he rocks up with that Botswana knowledge, we'll know something's up. That's my theory anyway. Now, we shouldn't get any offers on our players before the Villarreal game, in theory anyway. I believe they're going to come through on the 6th. That's usually when they came through in the summer anyway. Oh, did I not tick that off? Oh, right, shit. Hang on. I knew there was something I hadn't done. Yeah, we don't want to include it. I don't know why that's even an option. I think the reason it's a bit laggy there is because of all those offers I did. Toppy 14 cap. Thank you very much for the Twitch, Babby. You'd love to see it. Thank you, friend. That's very kind. Let's go change that, actually. I wish that this was defaulted to off, and then you had to opt in rather than out. It's an odd one. It's like they're trying to get me with cookies. And don't get me wrong. Two-speed super. Yeah, they're very unpredictable. Given too broad a range, they might barely sort of. That's the other theory. Well, what we will do, Slim on, is if. Like, the fact is, he should be bringing us some players. If he's not, then we'll know that it's because we've set it too broad and we can narrow the age bracket slightly. And I do wonder, though, if because Mazzili's doing 2 different sets of recruitment focuses, that might be hindering his workflow slightly. And maybe we should have actually personally assigned scouts. Although I could just do that myself. But we'll leave it as it is for the moment, as we actually are now officially not top of the league, which is a problem. Like, we've actually played the same number of games as good, and they're 3 points clear. I wanted them to be good. They were supposed to get good, not that good. Jesus Christ. Lammy! Thank you for the 17 months.
Moo.
Moo indeed, my friend. Moo indeed. How's your day going? That's okay. So yeah, I did some research yesterday. I finally dumped the new tactic into my tactics test database just to see what it would come up with and see if I could get some data. Ooh, baby. Jambalaya, thank you for the 100 bits. Why is my throat going funny tonight?
The concede on the first shot on goal curse is actually real. Played with my beloved La Coruña this morning. Won 3 Champions League games, but conceded in every single one of them on the first shot on target.
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
Tell me about it. Conceded to Milan, their only shot on target. Obviously, Porto hammered us. Lazio, conceded to Lazio, their only shot on target. It's just impossible. Antibiotic Andy, thank you very much for the follow. That's a great name. So, yeah, I plugged this tactic into my Wolves test database, and the numbers are really good. Basically, it was averaging in the mid-60s points with Wolves on a default database. And that, for me, was a really good sign, especially as one of the things I noticed the most is that it's extremely good. It's still almost as good against worse sides than you. It's like negligible to the point where it's a statistical irrelevance. Instead of averaging like 27 points, it was averaging like 26.8, which is basically just as good. The thing I really noticed, though, is its effectiveness against clubs that are around the same level as you, those middle-of-the-road kind of teams, which, let's be honest, are essentially what we're playing against when we're at the top end of the Champions League and whatnot, for the most part anyway. It went from averaging, the last tactic was about 18.5 points from those teams. This one went up to like the 23. So it was a really big step up of like 20% improvement against teams that you're expected to like really be struggling, not struggling, but like evenly matched against. And it was like a slightly worse against teams that are better than you, but then it's not really an underdog it's not really an underdog style of play, is it? So I really liked that idea. It also conceded less and scored more. Pre-game to help. Hadrian is your man, but it depends on how like complicated what you're trying to do. 10% and okay, is it? The difference between 18 and 23 is emphatically not 10%. It's very much not 10%. Because 18 with a 10% increase would be 19.8, not 23. So it's definitely more like 20%, if not higher, I would say, actually. Surely. 20. No, 23. 23.2, I believe, was the number. Yes, it's updated. So I've also built... so yeah, the exclamation mark tactics file will now do... The pack basically has been updated, so it now contains this new tactic. In addition, I added a new one called scouting filters. Sorry, exclamation mark scouting filters, I should say. And that will get you all of the scouting filters that we use, the actual filters itself. So yeah. Because the one thing I forgot to do last time was actually make a pack, not a pack, sorry, a command in chat for it, basically. So now you can have that as well. I'm trying to stay on top of things, chat. And actually, they're the favourites, as per. 24%. Yeah, and that to me is statistically relevant. That's a huge increase. When you look at the other tactics I had before, we were operating on like small gains here and there from like between 15 points on average to 18.5. This one took it to 23.5, and that was over like more tests as well. So difference in the tactic. Oh, I'll show you. It's I wouldn't say massively different, but it is different. New contract, let me guess. FM? Starting more games. Oh, that's fine. How many games have you played this season? 6. How many games have we played this season? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fair enough. I'll just tell him I'll play more. Then I just will have to. Discord you could use. Yes, the best place to ask Hadrian. Well, I mean, honestly, any of like the stream chat, general channel chat, Malta editor data, ones like that. Although honestly, the Malta database inquiries one's probably your best bet. Team report scouts do worth it. Absolutely. I actually set up another 100 team reports this morning. It's a really nice thing to just have in the background, especially with the new way of viewing them that Jimmy found, which is just great. It just saves us so much time. Not that I don't still look at them sometimes, but that's fine. Yeah. We'll just have to give him more playing time. Luckily, what I will say is it does feel like your assistant takes that into account when he does the, like, team selection advice. It seems like if you made a promise to a player, he does seem to play them more, or want to at least, anyway. Post-Qualification, I actually only had, I had a double gin on Saturday night, courtesy of the POG, of course. So, yeah. Yes, we were just discussing that. It's a thing, isn't it? Like, Pokemon card collection. Oh, what are you thinking? I've still got all my old Pokemon cards. I imagine none of them are really worth anything, but there you go. But yeah, sorry, I was going to show the tactic. I'll tell you what, I'll just, I'll walk you through the tactic stuff when we get to the game, because we're about to get there anyway. I just have to keep playing Krastev here, which is... I love that I've actually got a promise to Hadrian in here. I wouldn't want to piss him off. That's the issue. Oh yeah, new way of viewing team reports. I think you would have seen this, Andrew. It's basically just this player search view. This thing here. So what it does is it basically amalgamates all of your last 30 days worth of team reports into a single player search. Because what you're essentially isolating, you're saying players between the age of 15 and 23, but players that you have not got scout reports on, even though you'll notice that we have, but it doesn't count the team report scouts as scout reports, which means it filters out everybody that didn't come through a team report. It's genius. And as a result, you can just look at them all in one big screen. And with more information too. It's brilliant. You've even got the Ask Agent button on here too. Absolutely love it. But yeah, so that's one of those things that we've got as well. Just really useful to be able to look through this, basically. Poncho Pikachus. I don't know what that means. Genuinely, I've not really paid attention to Pokemon cards for a very, very long time. All the ones I had were like base set, original, and like jungle, and there was one other around that sort of time as well. That's all I really had. And a couple of random Japanese ones. Because there used to be this shop in Harlow that would sell like Japanese Pokemon card packs. Is that my son? Is what my son? Wait, where's my son? What did I miss? Oh, Pokemon card. I do have I have a couple of first edition based set ones. Not like super important ones, but I do have a couple of them. I also have like, you know, your Charizard. I've got a couple of Charizards and whatnot. David Toth. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, who knows what Janosch has been getting up to, honestly. Solid Garage at the time. Made a new friend a few years later. By coincidence, it's the same person who bought... Hey, there you go. That's one for 889's Coincidences chat from earlier. I'll get on it, Harv. You mean a bit of pasta. Jesus. Marseille, courtesy of Francis Cabin, with a 7-0 trashing of Osijek. Big up Braga, though. Any fun toffs? I mean, define fun, I suppose, isn't it? Well, yeah, no, this wasn't a, one, it wouldn't be PSA 10, because it's been in a like, folder thingy that's been stored somewhere for the last 20 years. In addition, it's definitely not, it is base set, but it's not like first edition or anything like that. It's just a base set one. Mastubs, thank you very much for the follow. I mean, I'm sure it's still worth something, but it's not, you know, anything worth anything particular. Wow, we actually have Respect Soligorsk. I didn't think that's where we were going with that. And then just Respect FC. That's more like it. After the Italy final. Yeah, all right then. You know, I just think that anyone who thinks that, I just don't understand the logic of, oh yeah, we got to a European final, probably just sack the manager then, eh? If you don't win every single game, really, why are you even trying? If Spain had lost the final, they should have sacked their manager too. Everyone should just sack their managers, I reckon. Standing Respect. Oh, is it a company name? Maybe it's a company name. That would make more sense for the Belarusian one, I would say, that it's a company name. Actually, I mean, fair enough, right? But like, people always, it's easy to say, hey, they need to gone, and then not explain why, who would replace them and why. Like, it's just, I don't know. I just don't think it's particularly useful, right? I'm not expecting whoever takes over to do any better. In fact, I'm expecting them to do worse. But we'll see. Mourinho. Can you imagine Mourinho in charge of England? I love that Lamine Yamal is actually still playing. He's only 36. Where he ranks? Well, I mean, terms of wins at wins at major tournaments, he's already miles clear of everybody else. His win percentage is pretty solid. But obviously that, gets padded a little bit by the qualifiers and whatnot. Fun with, I would think so. Talk about Klopp. Yeah, but there's no way that Klopp is taking over England. Hadn't learned his lesson from Croatia. Hadn't learned his lesson. We got to the final. We lost on penalties. I mean, the fact is, I just don't really understand that logic. Hasn't learned his lesson. We literally lost it on penalties. It's like, no, he's just resigned. So, yeah, I don't see Klopp taking it. I think Klopp, honestly, probably won't manage another team for quite a while, honestly. Because also, if I'm Jurgen Klopp, I'd probably just want to fucking rest. And I don't blame him, honestly. And I certainly wouldn't want to be walking into an international job at this stage. Yeah, that certainly is a completely valid criticism, though, the squad selection stuff. I don't know. It's... My point being, if we won that penalty shootout, would you say the same thing, that he should have been sacked? Because the fact is, I don't understand how... You would presumably have to stand by that and say that he should have also been sacked if we'd won the penalty shootout, since he didn't really have a say in that particularly, right? So, get Sir Alex in there, yes! Opposite wrestling, oh god, yeah. I imagine it's one of the most exhausting jobs you can probably have, because as much as you're not always, actually doing anything... well, indeed, that's what we're talking about. Doesn't suit the team. And again, 2 major finals. More than, England don't do that very often. What's up at 28? Bit concerning, sure. How does that compare to the previous English managers? I feel like it's all relative, right? Pineda is finally fit. He's getting there, yeah. He's finally got yellow fitness. It's the dream. Let's see. So, Reynoso, it actually picked the correct squad for once. Well, nearly. I'm curious to... it always does this, doesn't it? Because of the... No, Roy is still not Maltese. It sucks. And I don't think he's ever going to be. I'd absolutely do it. For sure. I'd do it for a year. Get your 6 million and bolt, right? Ralph Tuck impact. Mate, yeah, but I just don't think it's as simple as that. I just don't think he'd have time to actually implement himself on the squad. Developing heart conditions. I don't know, actually. That would be a very interesting correlation. I haven't read anything about that, but that does sound fascinating. I wouldn't be surprised. That would be quite an interesting correlation. But I suppose correlation is not always causation. Yeah, if Malta qualify, to be fair, it's not really a question of making it appealing for Roy. We think it's just a glitch. Hadrian tested a thing where he took over as Malta and tried to call Roy up or something, and he just will not do it. So we think it is actually a proper game glitch rather than a Roy not wanting to. I suspect it has something to do with the fact that he's actually quite decent and still thinks he could play for England potentially. Which is annoying. Because as I said, if Malta do get to the Euros, I will be taking over for the European Championship. There's no way I'm going to let Malta play the Euros and I'm not managing them. Damn. I know a glitch in FM24. Well, I never. That's what we want, right? That seems fair. Can't possibly be replicated. Has this happened to anyone else, actually? Out of interest. Doesn't have to be Malta specifically, but in your building a nation saves, where presumably you get a lot of players that naturalise, especially if you're one of the smaller nations, have you noticed that any of them have got stuck in the awaiting paperweight one? Over Lahovi. You're actually right. Because this is, in theory, a weaker opposition, and we did say we were going to start playing Lahovi for these games. I can't really force him to do it, no. Oh, keeper, shit. Phenomenal shout. It's Gary O'Neill. I just don't see how that's any better, really. Our Blaz King doing... He's played a few games. He started twice. 2 substitute appearances. Does have 2 assists. And actually has got nearly 2 XA as well, which is not bad considering the sheer lack of minutes that he's actually played. He's just become a really useful squad player, which is exactly what he's designed to be. Using a default Malta database, you're right, yes! The default Malta database I've heard so much about. Right, I was actually doing some planning yesterday for potential Outcast or Icon stuff over the summer, which would be kind of fun. Just trying to find them. I'm probably just going to use Timo's database, even though it means I would have to use an older version of the game, I think, because I don't think his is verified for 14.3. Sorry, 24.3. Probably the best option. I mean, it's Graham Potter, but I'm not enthralled by him, and I think we'll do a lot worse, personally. I already sort of predicted what's going to happen earlier, so we'll see if that comes true over the next few years. Okay. Oh, yeah, so new tactic. For those of you that missed it, this is what we're trying out now. It's not decidedly different from our previous approach, but it does seem to be more stable. So all we've got that's different, really, is... Well, there's a few things. Instructions are all the same, for a start. single striker now, so the other striker has now moved out to an inside forward position on the left, but luckily he's going to be sitting here a little bit, so it allows space for the overlap. Padilla's now shuffled out slightly to the left as well, just to create this sort of asymmetry. We're also using a Segunda Volante on support now, because I just find he gets into amazing positions. At least when I next year, the next one. Yeah, but they'd go out in the they'd go out in like the round of 16. Glorious failure. Spaces to Pereira get into. Well, he's got 14 goals this season, so his whatever space he's getting into, he's scoring goals. But basically, he sort of essentially becomes often around about here, but sometimes making those late runs, especially when the ball's on the left-hand side, basically. And a CD, yeah. I felt that we had too many cooks. I noticed that with having 3 ball-playing defenders, it felt like they were all trying to make plays, and I think sometimes it's just nice to have a guy in there that's just going to win the ball and distribute it to someone that can actually do the job, and it means that we don't have to worry about the passing on every centre-back now. We can just have a guy that's there to win tackles and chew gum, and he's all out of gum, you know? Indeed, yeah. It's like, Malta's not that big. Hello, Sean. I'll be doing a lot better if we win this game. That much I can tell you, friend. Let's get into this, because... Also, Reynoso with 7 goals and 7 assists. No, sorry. Yeah, 7 goals in 7 games. What more do you want? Let's go. Like, we should win this, but who knows? I really hope that Porto away game was a complete, like, blip. I think given how well we played against Milan... Malahovian crossing. Yeah, it gets more out of his crossing. It also makes us more stable, because without possession... we don't have 2 strikers that are essentially being carried at times. Now, the pressing forward, obviously, is going to do some pressing, but the problem with that is that the moment he was bypassed, he wasn't then tracking back that often to win the ball. Sometimes Reynoso would do it, but I feel like with having Pereira in that wide position, it gives Krastev a little bit more support. It makes it more difficult for us to be broken down. And it also puts us into... It means that he has an interesting starting position in certain areas. And we often get an overload down that right-hand side too. Because with Valmir running into the same space as Pereira, it often means that their fullback has to come inside. And it creates enormous gaps for Krastev on the overlap. Pereira has got 3 hat-tricks this season already. Yes, you can flip the tactic too. In fact, originally when I made this tactic, I actually made it with the inside forward on the left-hand side. But then I realised that we weren't really stacked on the left with our inside forwards in the same way that we were on the right. Like, obviously, Pereira could play... He's on both feet, but he had no familiarity with the left side, so it would have had to be Bazama. And I felt like this was probably the best way to get something out of Pereira. And the fact that he's got 14 goals in 7 appearances this season suggests... admittedly, 8 of those were in the league in 3 matches. But he has got 3 hat-tricks. He just looks good, basically. And it feels like Reynoso is just going to... Since he's the main focal point, if you like... the AM is going to be less of a goal threat as it was in the past. So Padilla's not going to be getting double-digit goals. Not going to be getting 20 goals a season like he has. But what I will say is he's going to be more creative. He's already got 6 assists this season. I could see him easily getting 20 assists instead. So I still think we'll see the same amount of goal output. Goal contribution. But it's going to be sort of flipped in terms of it will be from assists rather than goals. Because now we're relying a bit more on the wide player to get the extra goals in the system as well. Oh, go on, Reynoso. Just bury it, bud. Oh, my lord. Holy shit, I can't believe he kept going there. Yeah, exactly. Gert cleans up on the left a little bit, and it just seems to be more balanced. That was the idea, basically, to make it more balanced overall, and just make us look more stable in general. Oh, great. Oh, it's not the best touch. It nearly was. See more goals from the right-hand side? Probably. And the other thing that I think it does is it feels like we create more shots with it. Not always more XG, but most of the time it's still more XG, but more shots. And what that seems to lead to, although not in this game, hilariously, is it feels like it means that with the other tactic, we were trying to create the best quality chances possible. And we would. But it also meant we would still go missing in games sometimes. This one gives us a little bit of a chance to create some lower quality chances, those pot shots from the edge of the box. And I think that was an underrated... Oh, my God. Well, there you go. That was coming. Villarreal are getting rep-rolled here, by the way. Notice the way how badly their passing is in this game. They are absolutely getting rep-rolled by us. That's the 2nd time in this game that one of their defenders has played an absolutely shocking pass. Like, what is this? Who is that to? Reynoso, great finish, though. He's got to put it away. But yeah, it means we're getting a few more, not long shots, but shots from, like, the edge of the... And when I say the edge of the area, I don't mean, like, here. I mean, like, here. This sort of area right on the D, there's some really good chances that have been created that we were missing before. And I think the reason we were missing them before is because with Valmir or the Segundo being on attack, he was being slightly further forward and it was clustering the box. Whereas now, he tends to stop his run about here and there's always available for a pullback. And I think it's absolutely brilliant when he gets into those positions. And I think it's creating a load of extra chances that we weren't getting before. The other issue, or I say issue, other benefit, is it feels like we're much better at picking up the second balls. and creating chances through that as well. Lahovey. Oh, it should have been in. Right on the D. Oh, yes. Okay, so that's actually... I'm fairly pleased with that start. We've, once again, not conceded a shot. Better than Duran from MTK save. Not yet. No, I think because Duran, obviously, we got to see at his absolute, like, peak when he was, like, 28, 29. Reynoso hasn't reached that yet. He's only 22. I feel like he can be better, but he ain't there yet. Second ball's right on the D. You know it. This has been... Despite us playing not particularly well, you notice how, for the most part, the team is actually putting up reasonable ratings. And that's really what I'm looking for, although Pereira's not had the best game so far. It feels like he's not really been able to get into it in the way that he normally would do. And maybe he's just having an off day. However, in these types of games, and given that we've, in 2 of our 3 matches so far in Europe, conceded the first shot against us, I don't want that happening again. So hopefully if Padilla could just bend this in, that would cure a lot of that. Or he goes short, perhaps. Nope. Oh, my goodness. He's got goalkeeper's side. All right. Brave. I think Pereira might get pulled off in a minute. Oh, go on, play it short. Look at the number. Look at this. If he doesn't play this pass short, I'll be so annoyed. Look at the options. Why are they defending like this? What a waste. I can't believe he doesn't play that short. We had 3 players on the overlap, and he's like, no, I'm going to hit this. He has such a poor record as well. Oh, hang on. Padilla? Oh, my God, that would have been such a good goal. I think he was offside, but Jesus. How many Pereira? You know, you heard. Don't think he didn't. Yeah, he's 6.5. He's actually having a rare off day. But luckily, we have options. One of whom is finally Luis Pineda. It's about bloody time, but we're actually going to see some Luis Pineda. Now, 59 minutes. Padilla's been fine, but he is just flagging a little bit. Luckily, we've got Pebbles. I'm actually starting to deploy Pebbles a bit further up as well at the moment. Yeah, it was not... That was very Ronaldo, wasn't it? Also, what were Villarreal doing? Because they will take short free kicks when the opportunity presents itself. But why not there? All he has to do is pop that round the corner and it's probably a goal. Krasnev's not had the best game, but he's also still very, very fit. Gertz also had a good game, but I wonder if actually getting Palacio on and just leaving it like that, keeping the 3 subs left, we can always bring on Hubanov as a... I could always bring on Kral, actually, instead of Krasnev if we need to later in the game. But you see what I mean? Like, the XG is creeping up there. We're getting chances. They've not had a shot yet, which does worry me a little bit, I'll be honest with you. But it's just, you know, we maybe underperform the XG a little bit here, but we are grinding through them. And I'm hoping we can just get a couple of late ones, potentially. Go on, Pebs. Clips it to the back post. And it's an easy finish for Jozanovic. The 2... Well, not substitutes. One of the substitutes combining. 36 players off the bat is great. Yeah, I usually find that it's between 30 and 40 players. With the current setup of 20 is plenty anyway. What? That's a great pass from Pebbles, by the way. And Jozanovic just does bits. Something I've also stopped doing is praising players at this point. I've noticed that it seems to actually make them more complacent long term. So I just tend to leave it. And with a 2-goal advantage, I think now it might be safe to get Kral on. And Hubanov. Hello, Stewie. Oh, Christ, yeah, I do not envy that by any means. Exactly, I'm getting into the FM25 mould of pretending shouts doesn't exist. But look at that, 21 shots, 11 on target. Yeah, sure, we've underperformed the XG a little bit today, but in these kind of games, this is what we kind of need. Vita is a strike. Oh, that will definitely be something we have to do. Is this us here? So it's almost like... I do really like that. It looks good. The heat map is exactly what I was on about. Yeah. I mean, that's just a really strong performance. Yeah, sure, it was only 2-0 in the end, but 23 shots, 13 on target, absolute mauling as far as XG goes. Once we got going, took a little while to get there, but we created some good quality chances in this game. I'm trying to think who had the best chances in this one. I mean, Reynoso got his chance. Lahovey probably could have had a goal, but look at the key passes as well. No shots from Villarreal. Like, stable as the rock, basically. We look really good defensively. Yeah, Turkey doing bits. Now, in fairness, we do always tend to batter Villarreal, both statistically and on terms of on the score sheet, but it's good signs. The match hasn't happened. That will be in the next international break. Yeah, Galatasaray are smashing it. But 9 points after 4 games. Yeah, Pineda. Maybe it's the type of game where we needed more of a creative presence there rather than an aggressive presence, and maybe Pineda was more of that. Choose a manager, staff the reactions. That'd be cool. So, like, you had, like, a manager IQ... Not manager IQ. Like, a manager... Almost like a personality. But Like, more depth to it than just, like, a word, you know? Certain traits, where the traits actually mattered, you mean? I'll see you later, Dan. That'd be so sick. A Chelsea help in Scotland. Wow, big up Rangers. Oh my goodness, Chelsea are really struggling. So are actually perennial excellent team FC Copenhagen, along with Lazio we expected. Juve down here as well, though. Rangers up into 16th. Fair play. But like halfway stage, we'd have taken 9 points here, really. Because that puts us on for about 18, and that's usually regularly top 8 again. Like, just consistently getting top 8. It's good. Actually starts his head case. I would love that. Just absolute head loss manager. Yeah, I want a Greek football. You want to come on the pitch with a gun, basically. We lost to Porto, and rightly so. Porto absolutely obliterated us. It was just one of those games where just nobody turned up, which is going to happen sometimes. Now, new even harder save. I don't know, actually. Learn languages. Yes, they can. Because remember, I didn't give Janos Maltese as a language he spoke, for example, and you should be able to see. There you go. So yeah, so when I do my journeyman saves, like Outcast to Icons, for example, my manager basically becomes a polyglot by the end of it, essentially. My Twitch twin. Looks a bit more like Proudy, like, from a distance. Not yellow enough. Ability to actions to cancel out. Yeah! This is where my whole point about random events comes back in, you know? National Lions finished third in the latest. You'll have to see it. I don't think they've ever come that close to us, right? Throwing things, manager traits, but like just having the ability to sort of build your manager and actually having it matter more in the game, right? Name Janos Stoll. Oh, so Janos was the insane youth player that we got, the only really banging youth player that we got in the whole time we were at MTK. Didn't he have like 180 PA or something? So we decided, and he became like, he got into a Champions League winning side by the age he was like 19 as a youth player from MTK. And for me, that was, and chat basically just decided, I mean, this is another reason why he's so good. Where's my Janos mode? And so on. Jezanovic was a late bloomer. I don't know if it still says that anymore, but yes. Yeah, I think he had... Oh, you're right. I think Janos did win a load of Champions Leagues after that too. True. Yeah, so Jezanovic was considered a late bloomer. I'm not sure how much of an effect that actually had on him, because I thought he was pretty much looked to be maxed out anyway. So maybe they could still get that designation. Because for me, he was already pretty much as good as he was going to be by the time that happened. And he's still only 29. God, he's good. And the fact that he's not behaving like a bellend anymore as well is hopefully going to help with that too. I mean, he's already got 3 goals this year, which is a pretty solid stat to have. So good coefficient points for us. We should get loads of offers for our players tomorrow. And obviously we've got other Maltese sides in action. Oh, speaking of. So, Hammer and hosting Espanyol. That could be winnable. What else we got? Gudja hosting Feyenoord, tough. And Zabar away at Young Boys. I can actually see 3 defeats there. And Bekikara hosting Cisco Sofia. They have to win that. There is no way they shouldn't be winning that. The dates were... The main one that I've tested so far is May 1st. We've tested it this year as well with November 1st. I offered them all out before stream. Now, it usually takes till the 6th for the offers to come through. So if we start getting loads of offers on the 6th as well, then we'll know that it works. So stay tuned, because we're about to get some live reaction to that. Right, come on. Points. Gimme. Maybe they'll surprise us. I'm just not sure they will this time. 94 called up. Oh, international duty is about to happen. Make dates. Yeah, I think I did. Hey, Jack. Exclamation mark dates should give you the dates. I was bullied into it. It's just the formatting doesn't work very well because it's Twitch, but it does have the information you want. Ah, no worries, Nick. I know what you meant, and that's rare because I am usually extremely stupid for the most part. Wow, he's crap, isn't he? Why did we sign him? Was it just because he was a free Brazilian? Because that is not going to look good these days. Oh, lordy. Although, the Solomon Islands dude is still here. Yeah, maybe it was just because he was called an Elka. I can't think of any other reason why we'd have signed him, honestly. Oh, that's quite a nice little batch. 26 guys to look through. All right. First thing we need to do is exclude the incredibly expensive players. So, like, guys from Barcelona, Grid City. Kravets, I still think one day we can maybe get, but ain't yet. You're incredibly expensive. Oh, Markovic. Okay. What were you? What is Lee Carsley? Is it because Carsley is the under-21s coach? I genuinely don't know. I assume that's the reason he's been linked, right? Pulling the dates. Hey, you made it happen, Don. Sometimes I just need that. It's all very well being like, you need to do this, man. I'm like, yeah, but remind me after stream and I'll do it, you know? I do like Predrag Markovic. He's definitely fun. Definitely worth a shortlist for the time being. You, we already know about. You, that was the guy that was at the Swiss club. We can get rid of him now because he's obviously moved to Bayern. Olympiakos guy. I'm trying to look for if there's any like stupid bargains in here, like this guy maybe.
Cooper,
but even
off
so,
the Pope hat.
Is he really going to be that important? I'm not sure. Good option. Yeah, but like, I mean, good football and losing isn't really that useful, is it? Like, we could play lovely football and get knocked out in the group stages. I actually don't know what type of football Lee Carsley plays, in fairness. Comments or Kumins, thank you very much for the follow. Did I say thank you for the follow to PKLs? If not, thank you so much for the follow, friend. I'm not that impressed by most of these. They're very mid-looking from a distance. Actually, let me do what I was going to do, where we just sort by CA instead. And that's more like it. Although, very expensive wages already. I suppose he didn't like the pressure, so we shocked him. Yeah, I think probably... I think some people are just suited for like the sort of the lower pressure and under 21 jobs. If they're a good coach, then like in terms of actual coaching rather than the management side of things, then why not just stay there, right? Not the bullying you. If that helps, Don, I'm here to do what you need, right? End of the day, if that was cathartic for you, then I understand. £6 million release scores. That's actually fairly low, but still not something I'd want to be doing right now. You're at Rosario Central. Now are you an attribute? See, that's a trap. On the surface, he's not horrendous, but actually, the pace and acceleration and his agility means he's not as good as he looks. Vaduz, I haven't tried it, but I have heard people have. Just get Lampard and... Tell you what we need. We need a tandem duo of Lampard and Gerrard as joint managers, right? Because that way, when we go to away games, one goes, one stays. Problem solved for me. The book is good. It literally is just like list of managers, isn't it? What's that one? IPR. Surprised and nervous to be part of the Hungary setup. Oh, he's that really good goalkeeper at City that's Hungarian that I really like, but way too expensive. Yeah, Neville as assist. Yeah, just get the whole lot back. Scholes in there as well. I honestly am not overawed by any of these players. Looking miserable. So nothing changes really then, yeah? Okay, so this should be, if the theory is correct, lots of offers. Graham Potter, I mean, sure, but I don't think it's going to make anything different. Like I said, I've made my predictions. I'm sticking with it. Hamron win... oh, my giddy aunt. Hang on, who was the last one? Gudja 2, Feyenoord 1. Hamron 3, Espanyol 0, Young Boys 0, Zabar 1. Get in! Oh... completely deserved. The Ham men have made a hell of a sandwich there. Ooh, good performance from Carson Hocevar as well. 3-0. That and a deserved 3-0. Even better. What about Goodyear over Feyenoord? Oh, that sucks for Feyenoord. But we'll take a little bit of luck this time. Zolt Islay again. Jose Raimundo with a goal. God, Zolt Islay. What a... Honestly, the best decision we've made in like the last 2 seasons in this save feels like loaning Zolt Islay to Goodyear. He's been unbelievable for 2 years. Coach an attack, sure, but then cool, we've got a manager that coaches an attack and we get knocked out in the round of 16 because we can't defend. It's like, you know, I think people are just being extremely short-sighted, but that's, you know, everyone's entitled to their opinions, right? And that's a hard-fought draw. They didn't deserve the draw, maybe, but hey, Zabar have got points on the board right now, so that's just more to go, right? We'll take that. Hello, Davima. Feels strange. I bet it does, yeah. I bet it bloody does. Yeah, his name actually isn't Carson Hocevar. I just call him that for obvious reasons. And what is his real name? I've actually forgotten. Oh, he plays a Hammer, doesn't he? Alan Hocevar. Right. Performance-wise, yep. Yeah, exactly. That doesn't suddenly get fixed. So, let's see. What about Oh, what the hell? Ah, we've had good luck and bad luck, right? That's really bad from Birkirkara, though. They've got to do better there. Particularly with the start. That should have been 7 points. Clean through, no problem. They've got to be doing better than that. However, in good news, Zabar now are probably 1 point away from qualifying already. Goodyear are top of the Europa League group. Incredibly. And Hammerin have got 6 points, which, when we looked at their group, we thought, are they even going to get through? 2 more points, maybe 3. 1 more win and they get there. Which is surprising, because I didn't think they'd get any wins. Oh no, they were going to play HJK, weren't they? This is the fact that we've got 2 teams in the top 8 of the Europa League, and one of them is Zabar, of all bloody people. Isla is the top scorer in the Europa League. He's already got 8 goals this season. Hocevar is actually the top assister. Join anyway. That's what I'm in fact, this is true, Bab. Okay, that should take us at least to like 6.5 points, right? Maybe even more. 7.1. Now we're cooking. Now we are cooking. 7.1 points on the year already. Only halfway through the groups. If we were to progress at this kind of rate, good. And does that allow us to gap France again? Yes, it does. Okay, we've pulled a nice gap over France now. A full point is the difference between us and France. We can get 6th this year. I'm feeling it. Yeah, Serbia, back-to-back seasons, they're up to 10th, by the way. In fact, they might even be going further than that. Yeah, Serbia are potentially going up to 9th in the coefficients this year. That's wild. If they carry on... Look, they've had like back-to-back 14-point seasons. And it could get better for them. They're losing a 4-point here. Holy shit. 6th best player wants to leave to play better players. Have you told him to look around and look at your squad? I think he needs a reckoning, potentially. Right. So we've got Nashar, and then it's international break, where the big stuff happens for Malta. Because Malta get a chance to play... Oh, here we go. Oh, my God. So it works. 4.2k. Off you go. How did you get... Oh, I forgot I loaned his winter. If you give me £1 million, you can have him. They want Pronin. Oh, mate. Bit less, though. Still don't want to rip them off. We'll get some cash, but I don't want to overdo it on them either. When it's like 100k, I'm all right with it. Release clause? Oh, shit. Oh. Balzan want a bit. Right, drop that down a little bit as well. This will just get some cash in too, and it gets some players off the bill. And helps them get some of their own options. Some of those guys that Hammerin have come in for, by the way, like Mamadov, 1.3 million. Jesus Lord. This would absolutely bolster their squad in an insane way. God, Hammerin really are coming in clutch here. Balzan want Rodriguez. That'd be goat. That'd be so good. So yeah, 1st of November definitely works as well. Chalk that one down. Goodyear want Islay. Oh, mate. If he actually agreed to that, that'd be incredible. Not even further. I think it is... Oh, okay. It definitely has to be from when we had the £0 domestic release clauses in there, yeah. We've got to be careful with that, though, because obviously at some point, particularly the way we are financially at the moment, we kind of do need a little bit of that cash. Yes, so with the whole, the whole 1st of May offer out thing, Martini was sure that it worked on the 1st of November as well for the January window. Not that it really matters because these guys wouldn't go in January, but it seems to work on the 1st of November as well for the same reasons, because it has the same like spacing to do with the start of the window or something. So for whatever reason, that seems to work too, because that was like, I don't know how many players that was, but that's like about £5 million worth of players. Yeah, 5.3 million and £73,000 off the wage bill it would be too, which is just nice to have. So that's really, really cool. Particularly as some of them are legitimately excellent players. Like those guys that Hammerin are after. Now, I reckon about 20% of these guys won't actually go through. No, it's actually on... as long as you're on that date, I don't think it matters like what time of day. I just happened to be on the 1st of November when I loaded the game up today. I was like, shit, I'll try this out. Which actually means... I think I should make a note. Dangerous, I realise, but... I think it's about time we made another one. Since you can only do it once a year, annoying. You can't do it bi-yearly because you'd have to set 2 dates. So we will do offer loan players for transfer to loanee clubs. Have I spelled this correctly? Nearly. Almost like concerningly well spelt there. Right, so we'll add that there so we get a yearly reminder as well. every year. There we go. Cool. Otherwise, I will forget. I have reminders on my phone to remind myself to set reminders. That's how bad it gets sometimes. Right. Oh, God. I do hope that at least with FM25 coming along, we get some kind of improvement to the way that there's just way too much clicking. Far too much clicking. We get to 2050. Nah, I think we get a bit further than that. I reckon we get to about 2052. That's probably where I would expect us to get to. Although it just depends, right? Because I think in August I might have there might be a few more Sundays that I'm not streaming just because of the way that life is. So there's that. Actually, I don't know. It might be potentially 2 Sundays off in August rather than the one. I might just be able to go the same squad except not Lahovi. Actually, I'll just do a quick pick. That'll help. Except for that part. I could definitely... Krastev needs to start because otherwise he'll get pissed at me. I want to start Hubanov. Even if he's a little bit tired. Juzanovic, why is he starting here? Yeah, of course, yeah. I know, leaving my house. I did it once this morning. Didn't like it. Number one, previously gone to... No, I've never gone to number 1, Master Trams. So I have no idea. But yes, in theory, it would end if we got to number 1. Although, in fairness, say we did somehow reach number 1, which I'm not sure is possible with Malta, honestly. And it was too late in the cycle to really start anything else, we would still try and go a bit longer on that one, honestly. Leave my house in it's nice, isn't it? You know, but yeah. So you actually do... I think I can offer you a staff role. Because it says that you've got the... Well, I can send you on a coaching course as well while we're here. But I might be able to offer you a new contract. Wait, really? Hang on. There we go. Staff role only. So, weirdly, no. And as far as I can see... Oh, hang on. Can I do, like, playing time here? And then... Ah, I was kind of hoping I could do, like, fringe player and then staff role. Can you do both? I guess I could do that. Not that I'm not already, but... Non-playing job offer release... Wait. What? I want you to stay. All right, fine. He just wants that one last paycheck, apparently. Oh, that would be funny. Yeah, I can't restart Juzanovic here. I need to... Why is my system putting him in anyway? Have I got some promise with him that I was not aware of? We'll put Blazkral in. Yeah, but to be fair, I would love it if you did actually get poached by another Maltese side. That'd be incredible. Even if it doesn't help us, really, that'd be dope. Contract off screen. I don't believe you... I did try that. I set it to staff only, but then he just rejected it and went straight back to fringe player. So I think that's the only place where you can change it. Hey, Schuber. So far, what's good is Malta is cooking yet again. Fitness on Renault. So yeah. In you come, Michael. Probably not a bad idea. A different calculation set up for the market values or the base game. Hang on. No, well, the MTK save didn't affect them. As in, with the Hungarian save, we never touched the values. So anything that was going on with values in there was purely down to the base game. We didn't change anything to do with values for the Hungary. So we did find that we got random drops in attributes. It wasn't anywhere near as drastic as it is now. It just took a long time to get going, basically. But we never touched the values on Hungary. So it will eventually get there, in theory, unless this issue is more prevalent on FM24, in fairness. Chaotic Champions League video. Oh, I 100% do want to do the Chaos Champions League video. It's just going to take a while because obviously it's actually quite a lot of work for Hadrian to even make something like that, so I ain't pressuring him to doing that anytime soon, you know. Westweir, thank you very much for the follow. However, on the I realized I haven't done the Patreon Regen recap for this season or the previous season either. I did record it, but it was unusable because of my microphone, so I'm going to record that tomorrow, so you should get that tomorrow night. Young KCM, thank you for the follow. Taking to reach the Euros, the group stage. They are second in their group behind England, and quite literally, there's so many different ways that they can get there. As you're about to find out, it's I would say 95%. Basically, if Malta win one of their 2 remaining games, they qualify. And if Kosovo don't win their 2 remaining games, one of which is against England, then Malta qualify. I think even a draw might be enough, potentially. Yeah, unless England fully fuck us here, Malta are in with a great shot. Pretty much. The Champeosli. Oh, only 3-1. Hubanov scores, though. Bizarre and Padilla. Pereira had an absolute stinker again. Nations League. No. They are going official. Let me show you. This is their qualifying group. They are 5 points clear with 2 matches to go. They can still win the group. I mean, they can't. Their goal difference is naff. But they're right on the cusp now. We just need, in this next international break, the right things to happen. Yeah, absolutely, Schuber. Crack on. What he did, let's see. My God. It's like someone's trod on it. Take over today. No need to take over today because the tournament isn't going to be until, like, the summer. But I'll take over right before the tournament. That's the plan anyway. So that'll probably be in the transfer episode. We might have to mix things up a little bit there. Need a point to Malta. They don't. If Kosovo don't beat England, Malta don't need a point. Because they're 5 points clear. So, unless Kosovo are going to beat England. Sorry, excuse me. This is going to take a moment. That's right. I'm two-handing the keyboard. Why am I not just doing Markle as red? I can see someone be like, no, Matt, come on now. But yeah, as long as they Malta qualify then. Pretty, well, they're not, but they are. You know, it's 90% there. Well, to be fair, Coldplay, I must admit, it's never happened. So, I did say in the save, if by some miracle Malta made an international tournament in this save, which we didn't think was possible, then I would take over them. But I thought, well, that's never going to happen because it's Malta, right? And dynamic youth rating and whatnot. But they are actually on the cusp of doing exactly that. And this is the only time they'll ever do it because the group that they got was so favourable. Here we go. De Vroeg is gone. Victor Mamadov to Hamrin. Sensational. Pronin to Hamrin as well. They're going to have a stacked strike force. Darren Neal's... Well, he wasn't here long. Palmer Tessa's gone. Oh, shit. AFCON. Kadri's gone. That's not going to help the others. Both Atta and Osei are great for the other teams. Fafana's gone. Doesn't affect us too much. Matthew Side. No, he'll be fine. Wigan's gone. No, not Wigan. Markle's red button. Yeah. Sas rolling in his Little Mermaid statue. I thought Stas was Swedish. More. So it's like he's actually gone. I can't believe he's actually agreed the contract. How dare you, the board? I promised him this. To present players to clubs. I'm not sure what you mean, Enano. Recent request. Go on, give them the funding. There you go. They just wanted me to ask nicely. Surprise after all. I actually don't know. Let's have a look. Karolich has got... Wow, they actually all agreeing to this. National A license. What have you been doing in the background, Hayden? You studious little bugger, you. Little bookworm. Yeah, cheeky. Right, let me get that up in the background, Schuber. And I'll quickly just check for AFCON first. Actually, no, I'll do your thing first, because otherwise I will forget. Right, so what are we saying? What do I train him as? Okay. So, oh, wow. Bangladeshi first national... Oh, I hope he doesn't turn out too good and then changes it. Because that can happen. So. Oh, God. What on earth is he? I mean, he ain't a wide player. I mean, wide playmaker, I guess, but it's like on the chances that you're actually using a wide playmaker in your contract, in your setup, right? For me? Actually, what sort of system do you even play, Schuber? DLP, I mean, with the passing that he's got and the vision's not actually that great. Teamwork's solid. He does that physicals when he's 15, that'll come, although the strength probably won't. He's very, very small. You'd need a guy... he's small and slow. Shoots from distance with 9 long shots. That will go up, in fairness. So, well, probably quite difficult to get rid of. Yeah, I guess DLP. If you've got one in your system. But his tackling's not amazing either. Neither is his marking. Positioning isn't great. But again, he's young. He might be one of these players that it's going to be... And he's got a fickle personality too. And media friendly. He's young enough to get a lot faster. You'd be surprised how little pace you can gain. I'd be amazed if you get his pace above 11. Why not right back? He's not fast enough. He's not very good in the tackle. Like, if you're going to play as a right back, you either need to be really good going forward to account for the fact that you're not good defensively, but he's not got the speed either, for me. I fear that he may not actually ever be that good. Yeah, this is a hell of a dilemma. This is like Pereira, but way worse. The fickle personality is, again, what bothers me, because it means that it's going to be hard to get him to develop anyway, let alone to what you want, because you're going to have to use some of that potential just to change position if you were to do that. And there is the other theory, potentially, that his potential might not be as high as you think. This might be one of those things where in a year or so, or after he joins you, it's actually more like 3 stars, and in actuality, he might not even be that good. Does have some good mentors and some, like, standout attributes. Yeah, Maison support, maybe. It's hard to be able to see without me being able to select, like, the roles itself, so I can show you the actual highlights. And it'll obviously depend. Deficiency, the fickle personality. I forget exactly what it's really low in, but I know that it's not one of the ones you want for development. It's not the worst by any means. It's not like it's some low self-belief or anything like that, but it's still not amazing. My front three. Okay, so in the new front three. Now, in fairness, I haven't done any recruitment for the right side yet, so I don't really have any thoughts beyond what Pereira kind of already is. For strikers, it's an easy one for me. Why am I doing that? Dribbling, finishing, first touch, composure, acceleration, pace, agility, and balance. Those are what I really want. Decisions being higher is really helpful as well. Off the ball, basically whatever the game tells you, for instance. I'm not super bothered about our advanced forwards passing. If it's good, then it's good. If it's not, then I'm not super bothered, because we've got other players that are designed for the passing roles in our team, right? That we're not relying on him to be a playmaker. So there's that. As for Padilla, generally speaking, because he's not the most mobile. I mean, he's got 14 pace, so it's not the end of the world, but he doesn't have very good natural fitness, which means I don't know if we're going to get that much out of him. I mean, with my advanced playmakers, the reason I like Padilla is because he's got good passing, excellent vision, but look at that. Finishing of 19 and composure of 19. So having that ability to create chances for us as well as finish them is what I'm looking for out of him. The most sort of hyper-specialized role in this team for me is the Segunda Volante, and we are very, very picky about who we want for this role, because it does require very specific attributes. You need to be solid defensively. Now, admittedly, Hubanov isn't, so that's one of the things that might come in time. But finding defensive midfielders that can finish and have good composure is a real pickle, which is why we've probably got 2 of the best in terms of Pebbles and Valmir. And I'm hoping that Hubanov could be that guy in the future, but I do need to work on his defensive game a little bit, which is what we're doing currently. Malta haven't had a chance to make it yet. The game hasn't happened yet. Unambitious, in fairness, is really good. Like, Unambitious, I'm not super bothered by. To me, you could still have really good underlying attributes, hidden attributes, and be unambitious. And it probably means they're less likely to leave as well. Like AMC that can tackle. Yeah. Most of it is a case of, if they've got like 8 tackling, I'm like, you know what, you'll do. Missed anything? So we beat Villarreal, clapped Nashar, and now we're about to head into the international break. Oh, qualifiers, yes. We're about to head into the international break, where Malta will hopefully do the business. In the meantime, where are my Pirates at? Fine, we'll play against NASCAR instead. Wow, it's a lot of income. Well, I know we've got a bigger stadium now. Oh. They're not going to like that, are they? Right, let me just quickly set that up. And then that. And we should be good to go. Or a refi... I mean, there's that as well, yeah. Without a doot. Let's see. Some of the Pirates do it. Some of them, we just say Yar me hearties or something like that. AFCON. Right. What we got? Ghana, Guinea, Senegal, and Gambia. Oh, why couldn't you have had one more? Put Mali in that group so we can have the full flag well, not even quadfecta. Congo, Egypt, Libya. Nice to see. And Mali in there. Burkina Faso, Morocco, Tunisia, and Zimbabwe. Oof, tough group. Oh, shout out to Uganda. Always want to play for a better team. Yeah, I'm not... I agree, Hazy. It's one of those ones that it's like, if you feel like you're confident in keeping them, then great, but you will probably struggle to do exactly that. You're from Norfolk? You've never been to Norfolk, I tell you. Like the moon. Thank you very much for the 18 months. Double Twitch, Babby.
I am of legal adult age.
Good to know, like the moon. Thank you very much. How's your Tuesday going, friend? It's a relatively normal AFCON, yeah. Uganda maybe slightly, but fairly normal, I'd say. Increased training from... I don't believe... Oh, how do you do it? Right. You have to be in charge of the training. Do you ever scout a match? I've never scouted a match, no. I feel like it's one of those mechanics in FM that is utterly broken, but I might be wrong about that. Game Boy Jones. I can't wait to hear this. I believe in order to actually adjust the... Because remember, if you're not in charge of the training, you wouldn't be able to make that sort of control. So we will see. Struggling about that's the other thing. But I'm not sure. I've seen some players that from when I was doing tests and stuff where I had the editor switched on that had the low ambition personality, but I don't know what actually requires what hidden attributes you require other than low ambition to actually get that personality. Because I think you can still have some really nice professionalism, because that's what matters. The be all and end all as far as personality traits and development is professionalism. That is the king of development. Is if they've got good professionalism, it doesn't matter what else. Which is why we use the media handling thing on the profiles to really get a better idea. Martin Milo's gone as well. Tell you what, Hammerin are building a... Look at the state of him, by the way. He could declare for Malta soon. What's his injury? Ooh. If he declared for Malta by the time the tournament rolled round, per se, who's also away... Oh, he's never going to declare for the same exact thing. Caps potential ability. Does it, though? I'm not sure it does. Have unambitious. In that case, then, yeah, I wouldn't say it's that important. I mean, sorry, it's not important. An unambitious player is probably going to be better for you in some ways. Media handling. So, yeah, sorry. Let me just show you an example. So, actually, a bad example. Right, okay, so... One of the ways that... So, you know how a personality is made up of some attributes that you can see, things like determination, and a whole suite of hidden attributes. The same thing is true of media handling styles. So these monikers, if you like, are decided using hidden attributes as well. And there's no way of knowing about a player's professional... Well, there's a few ways you can tell professionalism, because certain personalities require decent professionalism, such as, you know, professional, fairly professional, model professional, right? But if you don't see that in their personality, you can also get an indication as to whether they've got high professionalism based on their media handling styles. One of the ones you really want is unflappable. Players that have unflappable... Is it unflappable, evasive, and there's one other that indicate of a certain level of media handling. Sorry, a certain level of professionalism. Unflappable's the one that's really useful. I think it might be reserved. Yeah, it's evasive, reserved, and unflappable, I believe, anyway. But what it comes down to at the end of the day is professionalism. That is the be-all and end-all as far as player development goes. The better professionalism a player has, the more likely they are to develop. Yes, there is a calculator. I can't remember what it is. Olivier, FM Guru, found me an English version of it last year, but I forgot the link for it. But yes, there is a calculator you can use. Gert's always unhappy with training, unfortunately. He always insists that there's not enough quickness training or strength training, but then whenever you put them on quickness training or strength training, he then complains that there's too much. Unfortunately, some players are just always going to complain no matter what you do, and he is one of them, sadly. Ooh. Forgetting links, I know. Crazy. Me? Never. That's not new, is it? Ooh. Damn, that's quite a high... Ah, it's £10 million. Jesus, £10 million at Mechlin. Although, there's another guy at the YMCA. Make those complaints continuously. I think that it's one of those things that's almost like a mechanic that is just there to annoy you. I'm convinced that it's just a thing that is there to make you touch menus. And I'm not about the min-maxing to a certain point, right? I find the other way that you can sometimes fix it is if you do the... Yeah, finding rare personalities in the game is also really fun. Constant complaints. Yeah. The only way around it, I would say, is to... But I'll show you what I do is the shuffle. So every time I see that, there's like a report you'll get through in your scout or your inbox that basically says this is a list of players that are unhappy. When that happens, I'm just going to do it now out of interest. Oh, hello. Scott's found someone. Incredibly. An 18-year-old. Okay. Actually, I might scout him a bit more. He looks all right. I doubt Scott's going to have got any knowledge yet. No, not yet. Hanger Runner, thank you very much for the 8 months, friend. How's your Tuesday?
Matt for England manager. Octotrek is the future.
I mean, maybe. All the liberos that you need. Oh yeah, what I do is it's the little squad shuffle. So I go to training, go to coaches, go edit coach assignments, and ask my assistant. He'll randomly have a different opinion to what he had a week ago, and that usually gets them off your back for a month. It's not great, but it does the business, right? Unambitious 23-year-old keeping in League 2, progress club to stop. Yeah, absolutely. His unambitiousness is provide, and I bet you he probably had unflappable media handling or something, right? Because he almost certainly had really high professionalism. Most excited about the new match engine, because how can you not be, right? If it's no matter what it looks like, it will look better than it does, and probably by leagues of amounts, right? So that alone excites me. I'm most concerned about it becoming too consolified and potentially getting it watered down in ways that it doesn't need to be in order to create parity across the platforms, which I don't want to see. Like, I want them to make the console version better and more like the PC version, but still with the accessibility elements of it, because obviously a controller, right? That's what I want. I want, say you've got detail level of, hang on. Say you've got like detail level of PC version here and console version here, and then obviously everything else under here. I don't want them doing this. I want bringing the console version up. That's what I want. And from what I've seen so far, I am a little concerned, but at the end of the day, it's so hard to form a proper opinion on what we've seen so far. We've just really not seen anything. No, I feel it's difficult to do so, but I don't see how making the PC version more like the console version is going to help that either. I think that's only going to annoy people who actually like the depth of the game, a la most people here. And I don't think that's going to be the case. I really don't think it's suddenly going to be watered down. I think the UI is going to change. Well, they're removing a couple of features, but honestly, I kind of agree with the things they're removing. I'm not bothered by that. You know what I mean? I mean, accessibility in the sense that it's going to be harder on a console because they're using a controller, right? By definition, it has to be slightly different in terms of accessibility to make that work. Two separate teams. I suspect that they probably do have two separate teams. It's just that they're going to be working towards a common goal, right? Everyone's got to decide. I mean, even if I did, which obviously I do, but it wouldn't make any difference if I expressed these concerns. At the end of the day, SI aren't listening to me, and nor should they be, I should point out, right? There's no way that SI would listen to one random person, particularly when that person is me, and nor should I have that amount of impact, right? And let's be honest, chat, I reckon it's actually going to be really good. We just have to have a little bit of faith, right? I trust SI more than I trust most game studios. Generally speaking, it seems that they operate pretty much in good faith at all times. And seem to be quite willing to admit when they've not been the best, right? So, Malta versus England. Now, first permutation. I'll bet a regens for sure. That's just almost impossible not to happen because of the game with Unity, right? I reckon they'll look something a little bit like the Chilled Moose type regens, if I had to guess. So, permutation here. Couldn't think of it. I am like that with loads of games, Bolter Rob. I think what it comes down to is, right, I just don't have the time to learn games with really complicated systems most of the time. And I would much rather watch someone who's proficient at it. Now, why you're watching me, I don't know. But I'm like that with most other games that aren't FM. I just happen to have a level of proficiency at FM because I've played 10,000 hours of it. I couldn't get this level of proficiency with any other game. Right. So, permutations. If Malta win, it doesn't matter what happens. They're not going to win, right? If Kosovo don't win, Malta are in the Euros. So, first step. If Georgia do anything except lose to Kosovo, bumbling luck through... Yeah, exactly. Right, so as long as... If Kosovo win... Oh, fuck. Kosovo... 2, Georgia 1. They scored in the 80th and 89th minutes to keep this alive. God damn it, Kosovo, man. Fuck, but they now have to beat England. Oh, Jesus. The fact that Georgia are actually winning... Oh, man. At least Arifi didn't score. Imagine if Albi Arifi had scored. What do the Pharaohs do? Hey, nearly beat the Daddies. Right. Oh, if England fuck us from here, I'd be so annoyed. So this is now the situation. Kosovo behind Malta by 2 points. But they now have a better goal difference than Malta. Malta play Belarus last. So Malta could technically win their last game as well, and it won't matter. But a draw is probably not enough unless Kosovo lose to England, which surely they will. England have won 7 out of 7. What was Kosovo's previous result to it? Hang on. They lost 2-0. Oh, I'm a bit worried, you know. I have a horrible feeling that Kosovo are going to randomly beat England. Do you know when you just get this feeling that the game is going to fuck you? I'm feeling that right now. The last game is literally in a few days. Uzanovic starting more games. How many games have you played this season? 9. Okay, fair enough. I'll just do the same thing with him. Congratulations, you are going to be knackered, friend. Shaman, thank you very much for the 6 months. How's your Tuesday?
Rowe heavily linked to Fulham. Would you take him, Matto?
Yes.
Personally think he'd be a cracking signing for
I
you
would,
guys. But
I've heard prices that are ranging in the mid 30 millions, and for me, that is too high. But I would love... I really like ESR as a player. Obviously, nothing to do with replacing Polina. Those are two separate things, because we were linked with him before. I actually really like him. But I feel like mid 30 millions is a bit steep. for a guy that has barely played in 2 years. And I still think he's still young. He's still a lot of potential, potentially. And I just don't see him getting back into this Arsenal side. So that'd be good. I'd love him, frankly. Full match. I think there it is. There's the game. Sunday. The Croydon De Bruyne. Never heard that before. Wow, okay. Just another random £1 million. AFCON obviously popping off. 2025, I'd be like, that seems totally fair. You're sort of gambling on the future there. But with the PSR the way that it is, it's like you've got to be really careful with that. Maybe, yeah, if there's a bidding war at the end of the day, I don't blame Arsenal for wanting more money. Why not? Why, you take what you can get. Libby with a big win then. It's because they've got Mr. Wigan there. Oh, Nana's going for 50 million. Wait, really? Yeah, I want to find out who the England manager is before we get really annoyed at them for what they're about to do. I'd actually forgive them for losing the final if they just let us have this. England. Who is the current England manager? It's Paulo Fonseca. Now, what have you got against Malta? Everton to Villa. Wow. I guess, again, it's Premiership rates. Is it Premiership? That's peak Barclays. Right. I thought this was going to be more straightforward than that. I actually thought that we'd get this wrapped up in the first game because I didn't think the Kosovo would beat Georgia somehow. Malta only lost 3-0 to England as well, by the way. Okay. Do we watch the game? Do you want to watch the game? Belarus versus Malta? And then have the Kosovo-England game on in the background to get it like live to witness. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it. Let's actually watch the game. Yeah, why not, right? We're making good time as far as Champions League goes, because once we get through the international break, we've got the 2 matches after that, and then we should be good. Well, I don't know. I don't know how interested people were, but let's fuck it. We're not going to full game it or anything like that, but yeah, we can do live scores, exactly. So we can see the England game on the corner. If I just adjust... I'll just temporarily switch this to the latest scores. There we go. Who's manager next year? I don't know. It'll depend on what kind of happens with this one, right? So who are they playing? So they've got Teixeira up front, Jose with Vida on the right. Love it. Rodriguez, Tanic, Matthew Side, of course. Big man, Medina, Olarte, Leonardo, Nieto, and Joe in goal. Rui Teixeira, he plays for Tarshin, I believe. Yes. He's a guy we signed from Sporting a few years ago for like £500,000, but we've been loaning him to Tarshin for the last 7 years, and he's not prolific. That's what I will say. He is not prolific. Any of those players not. Some of them play for Malta permanently. Sorry, they play for other Maltese sides permanently, so technically they don't play for us. So, away in Belarus, who are bottom of the group, and it doesn't, like, Malta don't need to win. They just need Kosovo to not beat England. That's the only thing Malta need, is for not... Oh, God. Oh, God. What's that? Oh, I've forgotten what low-quality football in FM looks like. England away at Kosovo. We just need England to beat Kosovo. If they get a couple of goals up, it's chill. And, you know, there's always the chance that Malta could pull off a result. It's weird seeing Vida, firstly, playing, let alone on the right wing. I hope that he doesn't internationally retire before the Euros if they were to get there. That would be the worst thing ever. He deserves a chance to play in the European Championship. That would be like the crowning glory of his career. Imagine if they got a point there or something. This is... Am I on... I must be on key highlights, right? It doesn't change from match to match, does it? No. God, they love a hoofball, don't they? Oh, come on! Don't foul him. Fuck me! Belarus 1, Malta 0. Don't you do this to me, FM! How has he missed this header? It's actually coming right at him. Like, what? He's almost jumped out of the way of it. That's a good finish, to be fair. Good God. Okay, right, England, we could really do with your help now, lads. As things stand... Fuck me. Bear in mind, Belarus, I don't think have won a single game in the whole qualifying campaign yet. They are, I believe, pointless so far. Go on. Jose, drop it inside. Oh, wow, that's actually quite good. Rodriguez. Here we go. Build it up. Matthew Side. Tanic. Driving forward. Holy shit. Branko. Tanic, baby. We're back in business. The Tan Man. Oh, they won 1. Who did they beat? Was it Kosovo by any chance? Oh. Branko joining Sweetie permanently in the summer for £400,000. God, he's been around such a long time. It's nice. Little Matthew Side. Look at this for a strike. He's absolutely twatted that. Dreadful goalkeeping. Dreadful goalkeeping. It's very Nations League Group C, isn't it? The thing is, though, a draw isn't enough if Kosovo win. If Kosovo beat England, Malta have to beat Belarus here. But they have got the equaliser nice and early. It's good. They've, I don't say look like the better side. I mean, they haven't really, have they? Neither teams look... Oh, my God. Are you joking? As if another missed header. Actually, Maltese, yes, I think you're ignoring the prowess of Matthew Side, the defensive midfield genius in this team. He's at the base of the midfield, watching things tick over. It does make you wonder how George... I guess they probably don't have Kvaradona anymore, or any of their... Maybe they just have not had a good set of intakes, potentially. England, you're taking an awful long time to not be in front. Are you kidding me? What is this shit? I genuinely am starting to believe there is a conspiracy afoot. That's the third time in the first 15 minutes that a player has just let the ball go straight through them. This is for the Euros, yeah. Look at this! Like, what the fuck is this shit? What's your first touch? I want to find out his first touch after this, because if it's anything more than one, then we've been robbed. Right. Leonardo. First touch. 7. Doubt. This is absolutely insane. A draw would be okay. Yeah, a draw between Kosovo and England would be okay, but it just takes one goal to change everything, right? A win for Kosovo, though, would be bad. Because Malta's goal difference is, well, especially now, worse. What, you're going to miss another header, are you? No, you didn't. Oh, my God. We're getting rep-robbed by, but that's offside this time, at least. They are looking pretty, fabulous, though. Come on, lads, pick it up a little bit, eh? Oi, oi, oi. That guy's plays for Bayer Leverkusen, by the way, as well. I mean, he's miles offside. He's not even close. Oh. Yeah, that guy does seem to be quite good. Oh, come on, England. Don't let me down here. Everybody else is doing their part. Scotland are even winning. I can see Kosovo scoring. I can see Kosovo beating England 1-0, and it'll be Albi Arifi with the goal that denies Malta a spot of the Euros. Oh, Tanic's ball. Yes! It's 2-2. Rui Teixeira, Mr. I can't score to save my... What a weird goal. Belarus 2, Malta 2. Not dead yet. We back. We are so back. I have no idea how that ended up in the back of... What a great cross from Nieto. That's a really nice bit of play from Nieto to whip that across for Teixeira, and it's 2-2. England lead! Come on, Abby. You've always been my favourite lady's name. Kosovo 0, England 1, Abby with the goal, Malta back on level terms, all is right in the world. Come on! To be fair, even first half, don't know how 4 goals have been scored here. I've always liked Abby's. Favourite bank, Abbey National, damn it. Oh, to the Malta, is that a bug? I believe so, yeah. I think it just displays whatever team they play for. Set the date of the draw. Yes, absolutely, yeah, for sure. Okay, I feel a bit better now. Now that, firstly, we're drawing again and England are winning. Yeah, not great from Malta there. It seems that the curse of conceding your only shots on target is just 2-0. Abby again. She strikes, she scores. Malta are now surely... We'd need a, what, 3 goals? No. Yeah, we'd need 4 goals to be scored. Or technically 3, I suppose, with Kosovo. I think we're looking good here, friends. Oh... England have not let us down, and Malta, as things stands... Oh, Kosovo! No. Estrefi's got to go back for Kosovo now. Don't you do... Fucking hell. Oh, have we jinxed it? Belarus 3, Malta 2. Estrefi's got to go back for Kosovo. What is this defending? Like, how is he being allowed to... Why is the goalkeeper not coming? Jesus lordy Christ. Jeezy peeps. Gibraltar not having the best time of it there against Norway. It feels like we're down to 9 men. What, we won a header? Who knew? Oh, nice. Go on, Del Castillo. I could actually see this still ending 3-3. Olarte has head loss, but in a different way. All right, go on. Oh, you're missing that. Oh. 2-1 the other game. Now, Kosovo still need 2 goals in the last 10 minutes here to pull this around. I don't think Joe's done anything, honestly. He's the headless horseman. I mean, going through with a 3-2 defeat to Belarus would be quite embarrassing, but, you know, needs must. Teixeira. Oh, that's better. Oh, dear. I was about to say that's better. The build-up looked a bit more positive there. Oh, God. Right, come on, intercept. Anybody? Anybody going to get back at all? Mother of Christ. It's offside, thankfully, but lordy lord. I can't wait to get my hands on this Malta team at the Euros if we do get there, because you best better believe that we're going to be defending better than this. It's incredible that Norway are only 3-0 up against Gibraltar with 2 red cards. Oh, I think it was going to go for the overhead kick there. Jose, go on, 3-3. Oh, how are you missing there? Barring a miracle for Kosovo, Malta will be at the European Championships. We've lost. Which doesn't bode well that we've lost to Belarus. But, barring any miracles, Malta qualify for the European Championship. Malta will play in the 2044 Euros, incredibly, with their 4 wins and 4 losses. 12 points. Was that the lowest number of points to qualify? Yeah, by a massive amount. Well, actually, not by a massive amount. Denmark only scraped in with 12 points as well. Sorry, with 14. And now we take over. Well, not right now. Obviously, there's no need for us to do it right now. God, look, minus 27. Holy shit. Where is the Euros? The Euros is in, I believe... Poland and Ukraine. Love to see it. Yeah, now we've got to win the lot. Ah, oh, delightful. That's superb. So when is the draw? Scheduled on the 10th of April, so it's ages away yet. Sing the official Malta song. You must. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, prepare your song, my friend. You've got time. It's not going to be immediately. Oh, yeah, there'll be the playoffs. So it's actually going to be... So that's the draw, isn't it? It'll be scheduled. So 10th of April. We'll get a reminder for it. Depends on the Euros. Well, I mean, the fact is, most of those... I'm not going to pick the squad, bear in mind. That was one of the rules, was that I would take over, but the squad would be picked not by me, because otherwise we could sort of affect it a little bit too much there. But we can't, like, take over the... Oh, bear in mind, I'll just add a new manager. That's how we're going to take over the Malta thing. I'm not going to actually take over as Janos. That's not possible. But I'll just add a new manager to it. Right. So we want Nuno. Euros draw. And what was it? Was it the 10th of April, you said? April 10th. Cool. It could be Pog. We can make it Pog. We got there. We did. They lost 3-2 to Belarus, but they got through in the end. Holy Christ. Those away wins against Kosovo and Georgia were absolutely massive. Like, incredibly important results. I went all the way to Belarus for that. Technically, it wasn't Belarus, was it? It was Poland. So I've still got Dvorsova for that. Watch his own players? Yeah, all of those who don't play for us. Oh, it's got to watch Vida at least. I love that for Vida. He deserves to play in a major tournament. Yeah, we've already embarrassed ourselves in Poland. Get it out the way early. That way it doesn't look so bad when we do it a second time next year when we get drawn in the group of death, which we will. We will inevitably get a group of death. Every group we could get would be a group of death. If we get anything, if we even score a goal at the tournament, I'll be absolutely staggered. But, gotta believe. Matthew. Oh, okay. Well, it looks like we're fully scouting him instead. That's fine. Spain, Belgium. Yeah, something like that. There'll be somewhere that can actually happen. Oh, I remember the Tahiti in the Confederations Cup. That was so good. Yeah, Vida has to make sure he doesn't retire. He's only 34. It's only another 6 months. I can't see why he would. Usually, I find that players retire after national tournaments, right? That's generally how it seems to work. You know, there's like a spate of them. Even if they're not there. We're going to the Euros, Crabitalism. We are going to the Euros.
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime?
Incredible. I never thought that would happen in this save.
They are building it now.
It just seems so unlikely. Jay Peters, thank you very much for the follow. Have I done the song request? I hope I did. It'll be like that time because that went so well for me when I managed Georgia at the Euros, didn't it? Oh my lord. Oh, it's AFCON, isn't it? I hope that the loss... Osei and Godfred Atta are going to be huge losses for Hamren and Zabar because, I mean, he is very, very good. Yeah, given how well, look how bad they played. But that's not with us in charge. We get to bring our tactics. You never know. So it's very harsh on the manager, but don't they know who I am? I can't believe we've actually built a national team without even trying. As if you've just got a cap. What's that done for your wages? Oh. The fact that he's just got a cap for Romania already. Why are they not playing him, by the way? How is he not playing? He's got 3 goals in the tiny amount of appearances he's actually made. I hope they start playing him more as the season goes on, because he looks like he could actually be proper, like, gravy. Well, they're not going to win the... There's no way they win the Euros, but... Or is there? Was that 2013? I remember watching the game against Spain just because you do, right? You see... It's like watching a train wreck, but... Didn't Tahiti have a goal disallowed for offside in that game against Spain? I seem to remember they were like 8-0 down or something, and they scored a goal, but it was disallowed for offside, and they had like a full-on dog pile on the side of the pitch or something. Yeah, they're getting Pog in charge. Maybe I'm just imagining that happened, but it does feel like that was what happened. A bit of FCSB. Oh, there's been some quite good teams in this last couple of reports. This is classic. Oh, Jesus Lord. I thought you were going to provide your own phenomenal vocals, Harv. The vocal stylings of the Pastaman. Yeah, save file. Not the current save. You can have the... Sorry, yeah, there is actually. Sorry. The save file from the start of the save is... Well, there is a version available anyway, yeah, if that's what you mean. Right. What was I... Oh, yeah, I wanted to look at the scouts. See if there's anything interesting in there from... Oh, it's Sporting. But look at Pashka. I mean, they're all getting scouted, but look at the CA on Mr. Pashka. 20 years old, admittedly. Oh. I mean, obviously worth a scout. Yeah, the Solomon Lines guy, I've scouted him a few times now, trying to get a bit more knowledge of him to go, but he's not lost his quality yet. The Mozambique winger, was that Eurico Luis? Because if so, he's been on loan at Zabar, I think? If it was this guy, was it Eurico Luis? I think he was the Mozambique. Yeah, he's a winger from Mozambique. It has to be him, right? He's playing good football. Technically lacking, yeah. We'll see what he's like when he actually probably comes through. But this is, I believe, he. But for free. Oh, wanted. Who's he wanted by? Zabar. So at least it drives up interest in these players, which does seem to hang around for quite a long time, which I think actually makes it easier when it comes to extending loans. It seems like it does. It's not much there, I suppose, but... No potential. Ah, no, he was just a guy... Oh, no, he was from the under-18 caps thing. Pog's in charge. It does, doesn't it? I'd watch it. I mean, it's got Pog in it. Of course I'd watch it. I'd watch her watch paint dry, bless her. Absolute beast of war. I was feeling a bit... I had a weird day yesterday. Like, I got stuff done, but I was just feeling a bit, like, completely overstimulated and drained out. Pog was just like, no. I sort this. You just chill there. Watch Greek, my new comfort show. And then... She just did stuff. She was just being a fucking lovely person, and it's like, why are you being so nice to me, woman? Oh, Saliba. Bit of that. Also, what a bop this is, by the way. That's why we love Pog. It is. It is. What did I do to deserve a woman like that? Christ. Should marry that woman. I really should. That's the throwback. Isn't it just? I haven't watched it in about 10 years, but I was just fancying something that was like really low stakes, and you can't get any more low stakes than Greek. And I'm enjoying the shit out of it. It's so comfy, man. Absolutely adore that show. Lifetime contract. I know. Even with a 3-year extension on top, just in case. We're the only team play. Oh, the lesser spotted Friday night lights for Sirens and Goodyear. But this is going to be rotation, isn't it? Except... I can't not... I have to not start Juzanovic. I can't start him here. 700k TV rights. Did it? Shouldn't be as much as that. Hang on, I'll check in a second. Yeah, I don't offer star player contracts to nobody for no reason. Wow, what on earth? Is that because they're back from international duty? The lesser spotted Perez performance. Pineda will get a start. Gillet ain't starting here. Neither is Valmir. Lahovi... It's Benfica away, I think. So we probably should go with Lahovi to start here. And then Palacio to start the next game. Jesus. Petreschi. Okay. Who else do I want instead of Chalet? Oh, she gets all the clauses. Mostly Santa. I guess Birkeland? Yes, and I think that actually kind of plays out, Anarith, from what I was saying. I don't know if you missed it when I was talking earlier about the tactical stats I was getting for it. It seems that it's ever so slightly less effective against teams that are worse than you. Only marginally. Like, we're talking like average of 27 points. This was with Premier League, obviously. Down to 26.8. But it is definitely noticeably there. But we do still have some absolutely bashing results with it as well, so it might still catch up. And last year was a bit of an outlier. But what it really excels at is against teams that are similar kind of level as you. That's where there was a huge uptick. So with 9 points in the league. That'll be because of like -9. I mean, I assume it was to do with like administration and stuff, right? That's usually the reason. It usually says right underneath, right? I'm fairly certain that it will say directly underneath that the reason that they've been deducted points or whatever, or how many, right? It does in the Premier League one when you start a save there. It says like, what was it, 6 for Forest or 8 for Everton? I can't remember the exact numbers. What the fuck is that? Yeah, I mean, usually if I want to trigger Pog or like bring her in some way, what I have to do is play eye to eye. That's usually how you get her. Let me see if I can trigger it. I'll just add it to the queue and see if it acts like a siren song for Pog. Just a thought, Right, that's okay then. Yeah, it literally says right underneath usually. In red writing as well, so you can't... Although I must admit, the red writing can sometimes be quite hard to read. Damn it, alright, here we go. It wants me to sign in, Half. I'm afraid I can't sign in. Play Gutierrez. There's really no reason to. Although, actually, there is a reason to over Mertzer, I suppose. But I probably might... If I'm going to play a goalkeeper, I probably... Oh, yeah, no, actually, fair play. Yeah. Just to make sure that he doesn't kick off, in fairness. It is lunchtime. This is true. Yes, no, we will absolutely do that. We'll have some nice fixtures towards the end of the season anyway, I assume. Be harsh on the Baltimore. It is, but like, come on, I'm me. And I'm not taking over. Pog is. Remember? Here we go. Watch this be like obscenely loud. Oh god, there's lyrics as well. Let me just pause eye to eye for a moment.
You'll have to forgive me, I've got a bit of a cold. Here we go. In the heart of the Med, where the sea meets the sky, lies a team full of spirit and they're reaching so high. With Matt's second yellow card guarding the way, they're after the Euros, it's Malta's big day. From the land of the sun and the pasta so fine, to the fields of Poland, crossing Ukraine's line. The dreams are alive, the flags wave so free, Malta's in the Euros, oh can you believe? Oh, Malta's rising, hear the crowd roar. Playing for the island, giving so much.
Never let it be said that we use AI on the streams, alright? I don't want that argument again.
More with Pog and Vida, every pass, every fight. In Ukraine and Poland, we're shining so bright. There's a lady named Pog with a heart full of fire. She leads the way forward, takes us higher and higher. Vida on the right wing with the pace and the skill. Together they conquer, they break every will.
I'm a big
From
fan
the land
of
the sun
really bad
and pasta so fine. To the fields of Poland, crossing Ukraine's line. The dreams are alive, the flags wave so free. Malta's in the Euros.
I'm going to turn this into a proper song. But I can't do it right now. But I'm going to. Stay tuned for after stream. I will find a way. You never do anything by the halves, do you, Half? Just never. we could make something of that. Oh my lord, that is a name. Praweenmat Kwasena Padung Patnodom. That is a proper song. It's a chant or song. I mean, what are chants if not songs? Can't pause it halfway. Auto-tune. What do you mean? He's got perfect pitch. How dare you? Auto-tune. I don't think I might still have the auto-tune plugin I used to have back in the day. I might be able to. I have a subscription to Suno. I'll just have a little look around. Just whack you in there. See what happens. And you're doing a fabulous job, Half. Don't let anyone tell you that you're not. Right. He's like, we're going to concede. We actually kind of need to not lose this. It's very wordy. Now, what I would say is there is a lot of words. And as far as songs and chants go, there's a lot of words. please don't lose to Goodyear here. This could actually be really bad if we did, because we'd be 6 points behind them in the league. I mean, we'd probably be able to catch it up again, but, you know, who can tell? If we were to go quite deep in Europe this year, which is the ideal... Oh, thank God for that. Andre Holub, yet again. Oh. Sorry, chat. That will happen. I really need to make sure that the mods can change that. Are you sure you didn't want to see the screen a bit more? I can bring it back if you're really interested. Look at that. Look at that player. Tell me more about him. I'll just leave it on this for the rest of the stream. How about that? Okay, we now finally do go back above Goodyear. They must have dropped some points too. Thank God for that. At least when we next do some recruitment stuff, we can actually finally look for wingers. Space for the flute solo. Yeah, you've got to have space. What about saxophone? What were we thinking on saxophone? I figured I'd give you guys time to read the full name. I figured it would take a little while, right? I was just being generous. Right. Benfica. What? Wow, he has not started as many games as I thought. Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah. I need to make sure he starts as many games as possible then. Didn't get to see his full name? No problem at all. Why didn't you say so? Oh, he passed the lane in Poker, but I mean, it kind of hit all the, it hit all the marks. Oh, don't want to lose out on these ones. I mean, Pog is not guilty about it. It's just, it's a proud pleasure, if you like. Away at Benfica is going to be interesting, because I worry that we might end up suffering a similar fate. Hear the notes though. Oh yeah. I mean, it's like, listen, it was like Celine Dion was in the room, you know? If you both sang the same song, I won't be able to tell the difference. Hamron are now pushing up a little. Hey, lads, you don't want to finish any higher than third. Come on now. Let's not get too silly with this. Zabat do need to pick their... Give your balls a tug, literally, because they're doing a sweetie this year. Can't have that. Dion, yeah, Celine Dion Dublin, perhaps. Check's going. I think we just recently didn't we? But there's probably going to be a few more in here, so there's no reason not to. Oh, hello. Dragos Mihut. Oh, Dragos. Unambitious, but medium. He still looks like he could be quite decent. Constantin Muntiano is a great name as well. Anyone with really high CA that we haven't looked at? There's a few, actually. Anyone that's like 18, like this guy, Cyril Brigic of Lokomotiva. We like that. Only 18, but he's got the CA. I feel like those guys can sometimes be really good pickups too. When they're really young but are quite high on this, even if this isn't amazing. But his looks to be okay. Oh, tune. I love a bit of the Dion. I'm not going to lie. Let's have a look at little Angelo hang on, Onchika. No. Onchika or Onchitsa? Either way, resolute personality, winger, 16 pace. Well, yeah, I mean, pasta is your power, no doubt, right? That was what I've come to understand at this point. Okay, they're the favourites again, but that's just because of our squad, I think. Which I love it so much. Celine Dion. How can you not like Celine Dion? Just the pipes on the woman. Oh, no, send home. Can't have you spreading that. Oh, yeah, it'll be one of those songs that's like, you find it in a record shop and you're like, do you remember Harv and his Malta national team song? It was the power, is it? You're past the nationalist. Right, there was definitely some players in one I accidentally checked earlier. So which one was that? Oh, hello. Oh, Strasbourg. Francois Arbogast. What a name. You're extremely French. Francois Arbogast. Good. Also, a bit of a neckbeard going on there. Oh, no. There is a bit of neckbeard going on there, in fairness. I can't talk. Stefan Block. There was definitely more, though, in another one. I swear. Was it this one? Oh, wow. Hang on. The 15-15 one actually found two guys. One's called Bambo Barry. But more importantly, Roberto Doblas of Getafe. He's worth a look. Because I bet you he's got a release clause. Bambo Barry is a superb name as well. In fact, is he just pure French? No, French Malayan. Bambo Barry from Le Poinchonnet? I don't know. Bamboo Barry. Pandas hate him. Never back down from Valencia to Warsaw, from Kiev to Krakow. That's actually pretty solid. Solid? It's scary, isn't it? Vinny should be dropped by Malta. How dare you? God, he's 35. How old are you going to be? He is literally going to turn 36 during the next Euros. I refuse to let you retire. No plans to it so far, which is good. Celine Dion or Meatloaf? I respect Meatloaf, but I'm more of a Celine Dion man myself. I can't get away from Celine. She's just had so many bangers. Like, no disrespect to Loaf, but I'm all on the Dion train. After the US. So yeah, hopefully. When I say retire, I mean like internationally retire, because sometimes they just randomly do it. 21-year-old Veselin Petrovic. I feel like we've seen him before. It's weird that he's got no caps. Right. This will be a test. Where are Benfica sitting at the moment? Sort of in the usual Benfica zone. Just the one win over Hammarby, though. But then draws against Inter, Man City, and Leipzig. This is going to be cagey as all hell. The Malta Hurricane. No. But also, kind of? Basically, Vida's just that guy. He is Mr. Malta, despite obviously being Portuguese. But we ignore that part. Right. We dropped Lahovia for this game because we need a slightly more defensive option. And we want Soltum in goal. Cool. That should be as good as we're going to get, I would say, for this. Respect to Egg. Yeah, that's what I was referencing. I swear that was a Leicester City one where they were trying food. It was Christian Fuchs that said no disrespect to Egg. Maybe I'm wrong. I could have sworn it was a Leicester City one. I definitely know exactly what clip you're talking about, though. Was he Højbjerg? Ah, okay. Yeah, it was no disrespect to Egg, wasn't it? It was so good. Maybe I'm confusing it with something else. It was certainly... I definitely heard it on Football Clichés. That much I do know. Right. This game actually really, really matters. We win this. It's 12 points on the board. Relatively downhill from here as well as far as the quality of opposition. Although they're still decent, but we've still got like Celtic and there's another team in there too. This is a big test. Because these are the sort of games that we're going to get in the knockouts. Okay, everybody except Jezanovic was happy with that. And I must admit, I forgot this Arteta in charge. Jake Cronin up front. Any former players? Yep, Wilson Ortiz in there. They got Dolev Swisser on the bench. Not on the bench, in the starting 11. He was one of the other goalkeepers we were considering when we eventually went for Jibby. Right. Okay. Malta goes to the Euros. Exactly. No matter what happens, Malta goes to the Euros. And that's the real quiz. But I do want to see a strong away performance. Because I feel like we've been... Like, that Porto game worried me a little bit. Although this is worrying me even more. Why is my... Hello? Oh, hello. That's weird. My thingy just completely froze there. Exotic Puggy! Thank you very much for the follow. Is that still working? No? Okay. Yeah, my computer just went a bit... Whole thing just went a bit funny there. Oh, FM's using a lot of memory all of a sudden. I've got to keep an eye on that. That's a worrying amount of memory that it's suddenly using. I feel like FM still has some memory leak issues. Because I had this happen to me once in the season when I was trying to offer out a lot of players, and all of a sudden, just stupid amount of memory being used. Oh, come on, FM. I want to watch the game, damn it. Particularly as we're about to concede. Inside 2 minutes, we're already behind. Oh, come on. Why is it using so much memory? Usually you just... okay. Well, we're already behind, so it's taken all of 2 minutes to concede from a fucking free kick. I worry if we lost to both Portuguese sides away from home. Was that facing the game? Typical. Right. Okay. Yeah, it feels like it's been... And now it's refusing to give me my graphics card back either. It's usually... By now, it's like, it's fine, whatever. Something randomly froze as we came into this game, basically, and it's just been... Ever since then... Worrying start to the match. It feels like we are a bit slow starting often, though. Wait, is it suddenly working again now? It's not, but it kind of is. Oh no, it's still kind of... Yeah, it's still glitchy. What is going on? Football Manager! Fix your shit, bro! Yeah, it's just not letting me have any... Normally by now it's fine. It's just refusing to let me I might have to restart the game after this because this is actually taking the piss a little bit now. You know, normally we get it into the game and then it's fine immediately after I just do the little check. But now it's just... Watch us lose like 5-0 in the process as well, by the way. Oh my god, what a block. Because I get the feeling it's legitimately not going to give this back for us. Oh, it has now, finally. Still got loads of memory being used, but it has now finally given us the GPU back. Okay, at least we've got that. Although I may have to restart the game anyway, just because I'm worried about the memory issue. Because I don't want it to crash or something. That'd be way worse. Right. Benfica started really strongly, unfortunately. That's going to go out of play at least. Yeah, oh no, we lost 5-0 to Benfica and I have to restart the game. Oh, it's just terrible when that happens, isn't it? You hate to see it. Although, what I'm hating even more is the lack of any shots in the game we've had at all so far. There we go, has a chance. They've had an injury, which is helpful, I guess. But this has not been a particularly glorious first half from us. I'm a bit worried again, honestly, about our poor performance so far. But at least we're not, like, giving the ball away randomly. So there is that. Oh, this just needs to be drilled across for Reynoso. Just drill it. Oh, beautiful. 1-1. I mean, it's a little bit of luck, but we take that. Benfica 1, Sirens 1. Reynoso, the little bit of deflection off the defender. Lovely news. Okay. That was a nice build-up, though. This pass from Padilla is glorious. Right into that space. And then, was that a first-time ball from Palacio? No. That little deflection it takes just there. Dreadful defending, but we take it. It's 1-1. We haven't done a lot in this game, I must admit, but he can't have been offside. Oh, and he's behind the ball. He's way behind the ball, in fact. But it was a big opportunity for us. To be fair, we've not actually given up many chances to Benfica either. We just haven't created as much as I would have expected from us, perhaps. But hopefully we can grow into the game a little bit more and find that winning goal. Because as the half's worn on, it's very much like the first half against Villarreal, where there wasn't a lot of creativity. What Liverpool up to? So they've, once again, by the way, still conceded the only shot on target. That means that if we just ignore the Porto game for a minute, we'll have played in the 4 other Champions League games, we'll have given up 3 shots on target and all of them would have been goals. I mean, what is that? I totally understand, though, why people say you just can't seem to get any results. Right, okay. Anyone playing with, especially, Facundo Pereira's having a bit of a bad time of it as well. You're right, Liverpool are doing really poorly too, aren't they? Pereira may well come off. We could do the same exact sub as the last game, in fairness, where we get on Pinedo for Pereira. We're starting to work our way into the game again now. It's weird. It's the exact same pattern. Here we go. Artificial back. It does seem like that, doesn't it? Padilla? Oh, it's beautiful. We've hit them. Hey, we finally scored one of those. That's nice. 2-1 Sirens. This is better. This is much more like it from us. Like, this is a tough-ass game. Benfica are a really good side. These guys are regularly, like, on the cusp of top 8 in Europe. And we finally created... It was nice, actually. A little 1-2 between Palacio and Padilla. Is that another assist for Palacio as well? That little extra touch to go past the defender. Great finish. I mean, the keeper has to save that, admittedly. But Padilla doing bits. Right, I think now, honestly... 60 minutes, we make the change. Just show business! Thank you for the 10 bits, friend. It's very kind. We met the Pinedo change like we did last time. Gillet struggled a little bit. I'm wondering if we make that same switch again, actually. Oh, God, is it going to have to be Valenhout? No. Surely there's someone else. Well, we were actually a bit light on defenders for once. But he's match fit. It looked like I'm guessing it kind of went over the keeper's head, but I totally get what you mean. I'll leave the rest, although Padilla may have to come off at some point too. I'll give Padilla another 10 minutes. But I want to see what Pinedo can do off the bench here. He had those key passes in the last game. I want to see if he can make a similar impact here. But this is, I think, the difference between this and the Porto game is we've been able to be much stronger defensively here, not given in. We've actually managed to come from behind. However, there's every chance that we are about to concede our second shot on target of the game. In fact, I think we all know where this is going, don't we? Maybe a penalty or something? What to say? That was Palacio. Yeah, I don't know how we're like that. I think we just have a couple of injuries. That, and there was guys that had come back from international duty extremely tired, potentially. But that was good. That was Palacio off the line. Right, come on, keeper. Oh, God, he's on the edge of the box here. How have we got away with that? And now it's 2-on-2. Pinedo with a chance to run at the defence. Oh, dear. That was useless. How is this still going? Oh, that was lucky. We got away with that there. No doubt. Right, Padilla's knackered. Now we get Padilla off for Pebbles. Valmir for... I might get Kral on, honestly. Not because he's so good a volante, but because he's got that more defensively solid quality than Hubanov does. I get the feeling this is going to be 2-2, and we are going to concede our second shot on target. And you know what? If we do and it's a fair result, then it's a fair result, right? Right, can we get touched? Nice. Oh, here we go. Yep, this is the goal. Unfortunately, this is definitely going to be the goal because we've had the old tackle goes back to the to the on-running striker. This should just be a header, right? There. Oh, what a save! All right, you know what? I take it back. That was an unbelievable stop from Bjork Sultan. This is why I feel like he's just that little bit better, because he keeps you in games where I feel like Gutierrez at times didn't. He just has that little bit extra in important moments. Like, there's nothing he could do against Porto that was going to make any difference to us. But here, that could be the difference. Although we are getting a little bit torn apart here. Oh, again saved! Oh, Bjork Sultan. Sultan of my heart. Damn it, man. Good so far. Well, we won the first game very comfortably. We are actually winning here, but we're now starting to take a bit of a battering, if I'm honest, from Benfica. They are actually finally peppering us a little bit. We may actually even start slowing this down a little bit when we hit the... It's rare that we do this, but we may actually have to just drop it in a little bit. Try to just... I mean, I don't know if we're going to see this out at all. I honestly don't think it would have made any difference if we switched to time wasting earlier or not. I think that this was always going to be tough no matter what we do, and I don't think we're going to get away with this, but you know what? That's okay. Go on, Pineda. Ah, fuck me. Right, here we go. This is going to be a straightforward finish, isn't it? Yep. That's unfortunate, but they deserved it. They've come back into this game in a good way. We just seem to lose a bit of oomph in the second half after scoring. It was poor from Bjork a little bit there, but Pinedo just loses his challenge. And actually, that's more, if anything, on Krustev, who just completely loses his man. Keeper's not done a great job with that. Ah, dear. We love a P. Top of the champion. We would have been, but we're not going to be anymore. Particularly not if we concede another goal. At this point, I think I'm just happy if we get out of here with a draw, honestly. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Reynoso. Oh, God. FIFA Fun, thank you for the 30 months. Hopefully this is not us conceding in the 95th minute. That would be a sickener. But I'm a little bit worried considering they're the ones with the possession. All right, come on. Come on. No! Oh, for fuck's sake. I thought we were going to win it back off them. I have a horrible feeling we're about to concede in the 95th minute again. Right, come on. Just get a touch in. Anybody? Anybody? Please! Oh... Yeah, no, let's just accept that we're going to concede here, unfortunately. Oh, okay. I don't think that's the highlight. Oh, it is. Do you know what? In the end, we've actually done well to get out of that. We were doing well, but we sort of lost our way a little bit. Palacio was excellent in that game. We take the draw. Not the best away performance again either, honestly. But, maybe it's because we don't have the rep yet. Maybe it's still because we're essentially playing against better sides still, even though they're not. We take it, exactly. We're doing okay, Tommy. With that, we've got 10 points after 5 games. And I think it's all relatively easy from here on out. I think. What's that? Flip and being okay. Stingray Rob. Who is that? Which player is that? Sweet with a big win. Stingray Rob. I'm not sure I know what we're referencing here, honestly. But I'll have to refund your points, since I'm not sure I really know what you're talking about. IndyCar driver. Oh, okay, right, sorry, yeah. It was unlikely he was going to appear in here somehow. Oh, how are we beating Celtic? So what are our remaining games? Arsenal, oh shit, okay, it doesn't get easier from here. And then PSV and Celtic away. Okay. The fact is, we've got points on the board already. But, I must admit, what were the away games we played so far? So we had Lazio at home, Porto away, Milan at home, Villarreal at home, Benfica away. We've not looked that good away from home so far, but albeit two very tough sides. Oh. Recent form. Yeah, there's always the urge, but I think you've got to pay attention to like the statistics underlying it. I must admit, though, in those two games against Porto and Benfica, we were probably lucky to get anything out of those two games, especially the Porto one, obviously. Not that we did get anything, but this one here, like, we were doing well, and then all of a sudden, around about when I made those substitutions, honestly, that's when Benfica came back into it. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to make subs at some point, otherwise your players are just going to be knackered by the time they get anywhere. But that was a little bit concerning. Oh, okay. Random Europa League game on the Wednesday night. Bit of Zabar versus Tromsø, everybody. This should be a win. I mean, Tromsø are good, but they're not that good. I still think we've got a good chance of getting top 8. Where are Arsenal out of interest? Yeah, they're above us. This is not going to be easy. But I'm a little bit concerned still. But I still believe we're on the right track with this. But if we get humped by Arsenal at home, that might change my mind a little bit. But then, you know, I still think overall it is the better tactic. But I just wonder if it's because it considers Benfica and Porto to be better teams than us. Even though they're, on paper, probably not. In fact, not probably not. They really aren't at this stage. I'd be curious to know where our squad actually ranks, like properly ranks, against all the other teams in Europe. Because it's really hard to know. I guess... Can you see that information, actually? Is there like a season preview that shows, like, the favourites? Or does that not appear? Oh, there is, actually. Here we go. Oh, that's... Yeah. So, like, Sultan Jozanovic, Lahovi get into the team of the year. Or not team of the year, like the Dream 11. So there's that. Because I know you get, like, the pre-season report or whatever for it that tells you the odds and stuff. I don't know whether that actually uses, like, CA to work stuff out. But I'd be curious to know where we actually rank properly against those teams. But can we have the Zabar result? Oh, come on now. Fair, but annoying. They were 2-0 up at half-time against fucking Tromsø. And then they lose. Only 2,000 as well into Ali. Not what you want. That's really bad, actually. That was one of the games we'd earmarked as a win for them. Because now... minus one, does it? Hang on, let's have a look. Oh, yeah. Womp. You're absolutely right, it does say that. Wait, can I see on this one? Oh, yeah, it doesn't show on that. I guess it's because it's not got anything to compare it to, maybe? Because if you look at reputation, this is showing, like, the leagues itself, not the Champions League. And I think it's probably because Saz adds this screen, maybe, or something. Because I'm not sure what that would be comparing itself to. I guess other tournaments that are... But I don't think there is a screen to see that. So that's maybe why it's saying minus one. But I love it. Zabar had a Pierre Cauchy. Oh, that's never a good sign. When you see a Cauchy or a Gauchy in the midfield, worries begin. Let's have a little look. It's the Europa League -2. Let's see. No, it's also -1. They're all -1. Which actually kind of tracks. Are Chelsea 34th? Jesus, they are. Liverpool are back up again now. That's annoying. But if we could lose some English sides here, that would be just delightful. I mean, only Lazio and Viking are behind Chelsea this season. So what was I looking at? Zabar, and then I'm going the long way here, because of course I am. Yeah, Pierre Cauchy in their midfield. 21-year-old Zabar youth prospect who doesn't have any national team, even youth caps. How desperate were they for the midfield? I guess it's because they've lost Derek Osei. He's the exact player that would have played in that position. But he's at AFCON. And that's certainly cost him, hasn't it? I think there's no way. If he was any good, he would definitely have, like, underage caps for... what a great name. I think we highlighted before. Gabriele Montefrancesco. Yeah, if we had -1 rep, we'd have no problem getting these wins. But here we are being silly billies with our not -1 rep. I mean, what do we expect to happen? Right, good job hosting Maribor. Good chance for a win that. Hammering away at Wolfsburg. Just do your best on that one, lads. And Birkirkara, are you about to disappoint me yet further? They really did. Oh, no, they are. Oh, wait, not Hibernian. Hibernian. It used to be the other way around where I couldn't say Hibernian. Sorry, I couldn't say Hibernians, but now I just can't stop calling Hibernian Hibernian. Okay. More coefficient, please. Fran, thank you very much for the prime. How the devil are you, my friend, on this lovely... It's very warm, again. Deceptively warm Thursday, I would say. Ooh. I'm actually getting this down. He's just fallen off, although I feel like we might sign him anyway, right? For the memes. If he's willing to come and doesn't want a stupid contract. No disrespect to Hibbs. Indeed, yeah. Or Egg, for that matter. If he only wants a youngster contract, I can stomach it. I can take the 4. And Monday, Friday, unfortunately, he costs money. And wow, that guy, I'm glad we didn't sign the guy from Nottingham Forest, that Beckham pointing guy. Right. Any more? Who's that Maltese dude? Tell you what, right? This guy here at at Sparta Prague, Clyde Malia, who is also Maltese, came through at Sparta though. He might even be better than Glenn Pace. But it's just good to see that he's maintaining that momentum. Although Glenn Pace is also pretty solid. As is the guy at Palace. Oh no, it's Bahrain, not Malta. The red was the wrong way round, damn it. Still quite a lot of marginals considering how late in the year we are, but I guess we are adding new players to this list all the time. Right, do a bit of that. I also like that Glenn and Clyde. Just lovely names to have. I've just got back-to-back promotions. Holy shit. Scouts keep suggesting championship players and not top division players. Anything I can do to sort this out? It depends. When you say scouts are suggesting, in what way are they suggesting? Like, where are the suggestions coming from? So, is it in recruitment focuses? Is it in this? And if so, how have you got it set up? Because my scouts aren't bringing me players for the most part. Well, with the exception of the recruitment focuses. That's why it's sort of important to work out. How are you doing your scouting in the first place? But that's one of the reasons why I find it's a bit of a pain to let your scouts do it for you, because they will just like they will do that. This guy here is... Oh, God, we've got to try and find a way to sign him at some point. He's still only 16. Look at his bloody attributes for 16. Dribbling's a little on the low side, I grant you, but he's got the pace. Balance is a little low as well. I still think he'd probably be an absolute banger. Warm in the next few days, really? Oh, damn. This Quasi guy, yeah, I thought he's really good. Oh, the worst thing about him as well is that if we still had Quasi... he'd be absolutely brilliant as the inside forward in this system. And he is now playing for Manchester City a bit more regularly. Still mostly substitute appearances, though. He's really still more of a bit part player, although this year in the league at least has played a little bit more. How you scout? Yes! Exclamation mark. Is it exclamation mark scouting? It might be. I made like an ultimate scouting guide at the start of the year. Next year I'll obviously do the same thing again, because there's so much new stuff that we've learned this year that I can add into it. I just want to keep basically adding to it as we go along. Gabriel, you're at Man City now. Why do I have you on my shortlist? I presumably was looking at him from Flamengo time. First team players. Yeah, so basically I found recruitment focuses are basically useless for looking for first team players, because they just kind of are. So I think the first thing you could do there is just... It's so tough, though, to change your entire scouting at this point when you're in a bit of a bind. But I just don't think you're going to be able to get what you're looking for with recruitment focuses. For me, recruitment focuses are at their best, which is still not that great, when you're looking for young prospects rather than first-team quality talent, because it's so difficult to get them to actually find anybody in the first place. But that's the reason. It's because they feel that those players are on par with what you're looking for. Because when you say first team, they consider your first team to be a championship-level first team. So they're going to bring you players that are first team level, which is championship. That's the problem as well. Oh yeah, the screens will be massively different, but provided all the mechanics still work in the background, I'll be alright. Oh, I thought that was the guy from Midtjylland. But yeah, because essentially, if you look at what you're saying, even though I'm independent, yeah, but remember, what you're saying to your scouts is we want first team players. So but they don't know which first team, right? So the only way they can work out what a first team is by looking at your squad, which is your first team, right? So if you've come out of the championship and you've maybe overperformed a little bit with a championship squad, your squad is going to be a championship first team. So they're going to then find players that match your squad, which will be championship players, essentially. Because you can't just say first team and expect them to know which first team that is, right? They're going to have to use you as a base mark, as like a benchmark for that. Isaac Eze. He's quite fun. Good crossing. Low agility, but high balance. Not the slowest. Bad adaptability and has the concentration levels of me. Yeah. It's the same way that, like, when you see them saying, oh, you need to strengthen your squad, it's relevant... Sorry, wanting to strengthen the defenders, it's relevant to what your squad is, basically. Although that doesn't always work, I must admit. I'm going to shortlist Isaac Eze. I quite like him. I'm just making a shopping list from when we actually get a chance. Yeah, they also take into account your budgets too. But I presume, as having been promoted to the Premier League, you presumably have got relatively large budgets, I'd have thought, right? Although sometimes it actually isn't. You don't get as lucky as that, but most of the time you get a reasonable set of funds, no? From Larnicus. Okay, Mentals. Does have cabs. Yeah. That's why I prefer manual scouting a lot of the time, just because it's really hard to... 90 minutes. Okay. it's still a reasonable amount, particularly as you could probably get some quite cheap buys that will develop nicely for you. I reckon you could find some absolutely brilliant players that are like 21, 22 in sort of Eastern Europe. I always find that Eastern Europe, especially at that stage, is so crucial. Now, obviously with Premier League, you know, it's the work permit situation, but the best thing about those players is they almost always have international caps as well. And you can get players from like a Legia or from like Red Star or Partizan, or there is always, or even like Scandinavian teams as well, actually. Average ranking in first 11, so yeah. But that's another one of the reasons why I just feel like recruitment focuses for outside of youth prospects are really inefficient. Because when you try to be specific enough to the point where you should be able to find those players, you don't find anybody. And then when you make it broad enough to actually find any players, you don't get players that match the search that you're actually looking for. That's where I find it gets a little bit funny. Because when we set up recruitment focuses, we're basically just saying, find me potential players with decent potential. And it's much easier to then work within those boundaries because they don't know what type of player I'm looking for within that, just guy who you think might be good. And then we can take the reins from there. But if you're saying to them, I want a striker that's good at finishing with reasonable composure and a decent bit of agility on top of that, they're probably not going to find you anyone, even though they exist. Yeah, season 1 of the Prem is loans, maybe free agents as well. But if you just find that guy, and I'm telling you, I bet you he's out there playing for like FCSB or something. He's like 23 years old. Has probably got like 20 to 30 international caps for Romania. And he's probably a massively good AM that's not been picked up yet for some reason. And I guarantee you he exists in your save. Not specifically him. But that guy exists. I feel like you can almost always find that guy. I remember back in the Wimbledon days, it was actually Bart Van Ramselaar. I think it was his name. Was it just Bart No, not Van Ramselaar. It was just Bart Ramselaar. He was the guy for that. E-Clay, thank you for the 12
whole
months.
months, Matt. Smile.
Thank you, Clay. How are you, man? Yeah, I mean, that and the big Serbian centre-back, of course. Just get his head on stick kind of time. Oh, I do like Hilton. What about Hilson? We got to have Hilton and Hilson. Oh. He is very no-nonsense, except I'm suspecting there would be quite a lot of nonsense, in fact. Scouts recently. Yeah, I mean, the best thing you could do at that point would literally be, here's my advice on what I would do in that situation. I would go and get team report scouting reports on every first team for the major clubs in every Eastern European league, or anyone in that kind of area. I would literally just go down the list. So, like, start with, say, Bosnia. Just go FK Sarajevo, get a team report on their first team, and then annoyingly you can't go down one by one from this screen anymore because FM24 is a nightmare that we're all unfortunately trapped in. But then just go through and look like Czechia as well, actually, Croatia, Bulgaria, any of these kind of nations, get scout reports, team reports on their first teams. I guarantee there will be a player or two that you could absolutely bargain the shit out of that will be worth 50 million when you sign them. Yeah, Conference League as well. And it will depend entirely on how you have your database set up, in fairness. Now, if you've got a large player pool like we do, then you're more likely to find these guys. It will depend a lot. Kane Full of, I don't believe so. And I'm not convinced that Kane Full of Love is actually in the game at all this year because nobody has been able to find him other than you that one time. But that was a meme. So if you've got it set up in my video, then you should be able to find a lot of guys doing exactly that. Like, we've never really reached a point in this stage where we could do that because... But when you're a Premier League side or a side that you come in that are already solid, it's the dream. That's the best type of scouting strategy. Our players are already too good for us to do that. So, I mean, we still do it sometimes, but those guys don't become first teamers for us, whereas they probably would be for you. What we're looking at here. Oh, yeah, Kane Full of Love. Yeah, that's it. Full of, Yeah, no, I'm convinced that he's not in the game this year. I've not seen a single example of him. Just me casually looking for the Maltese clubs and not seeing them. Oh, good job, Drew, with Maribor. Completely fair. Matthew Side, by the way, with the goal. Immediately afterwards as well. Oh, absolutely, but we're at different levels, right, Squidgy? So, like, if you're coming to the Premier League, then you are probably on the similar level to some of the other teams in our Maltese league, but not on our level. Like, we're a top-end Champions League, in theory, challenging team. I think our squad is good enough for that. We've just been really unlucky. Hammer and lose to Wolfsburg, which is expected, right? Yeah. Yeah, Maribor are a toughie. Japan. Oh, okay. There you go. I think you will need a little bit of luck with that. Because I've noticed that Japan can be very hit and miss. Like, we found a couple of... Korea's... I think in this save, we've probably had better luck with Korean players than Japanese players. Because Jeongdong-suk, and not to mention that the game, or at least it did earlier, currently considers our hot prospect to be this guy now. Cho Sung-won from Ulsan Hyundai for 1.4 million. And he's now taken over from Tabakaru as our hot prospect, according to the game. And I can see why. I like his speed. Like, 13 pace and 15 acceleration at 18. That will improve. I don't like his lack of aggression and his low bravery. That's the problem. But I do like the rest of his attributes. Like, that marking and tackling is obscene. Yeah, AFCON has clearly hit them harder than it's hit us, which is a worry. And what about... Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Hibbs. 6 passing. Yeah, centre back, innit? Who cares? I'm not asking him to play as my playmaker, am I? If he's a good defender, he's a good defender. Staver with a brace, Cortez with one, Alvarez, and one for Kieran Warner as Hibernian fall 5-0 at home. Oh, God. Can you imagine the scenes at Easter Road if that happened? Oh, yeah, it could hit the register squads, true. Particularly as they had to register a lot of these squads before the last day of the deadline, where we were able to get a few more players out on loan. So they might actually be better after Christmas. But that's a big win for them. How do we see the hot prospect? So if you go to your club info page, it should just display it. Sorry, I'm always hiding it. I realise I'm always hiding it, but it's just down here on key people. I don't know how this really designates who this is, but generally speaking, the player that it considers to be a hot prospect for us does tend to turn into a bit of a monster. I believe Tabakaru could be the next one. It seems like Cho's heading in the same direction. Spinello Marusi. Oh, that's a fire name. Right, I've got to get off of that. I like that it remembers, but also I dislike that it remembers. Let's have a little look. Oh, yeah, Spinello Marusi. Oh, I love that he's, like, South African Scots. It should be Spinello Macrusi, but we like that. Scottish South African. Oh, imagine the accent. Phenomenal. Yeah, Kieran Warner is insane. I'm so happy that he's there. Orthenlek, oh yes. Where do you reckon he's from? Nah, he'll be from like, oh, where would he be from? He's South African home nation. Actually, he'll probably be from like Glasgow, won't he? It's either going to be Glasgow or it'll be like Soweto or something, right? No, he's just from Johannesburg. Boring. Actually happens to be from Johannesburg. Oh, it would be great if he was just from Fife. Just has South African family. Ah, dear. Well, I like those names. Yeah. Remember Tim in the tournament? I think he actually... I mean, he wasn't amazing in the final, but I mean... I'm trying to think what other left backs had... I mean, hang on. Oh, he's right back, isn't he? Was Kukurea in it? He must have been, right? Roberto Barbati. Sadly, no Roberto Barbatis. Bad times. South African being spawned in. Oh, you careful. Yeah, he had to. I thought he was fantastic. Makes you wonder, like, how he could play that well for Spain. But I guess it's just a question of the tactical situation at Chelsea, right? Maybe this will be the renaissance for him. Right. Is there another little gap before our next Champions League game? Oh, there is quite a large gap, actually, before the Arsenal game. Well, I say large gap. Large gap in terms of time. Hey, look, chat, would you believe it? We drew Balzan Youth in the Cup. How convenient. That's so random that would happen. It's not like it's a round of the Cup where there's, like, loads of teams... like... That just happens far too often. Uh-oh, Hadrian's got blisters. And Toto's injured. No! Back to Kansas with you. Quite a fan. I guess, yeah. But, like, still, it's just nice to see him play well. I'm happy for the big head man, you know? Kral is training well, which is good. Why is Palacio not training well? What are you upset about, bud? Is he just unhappy about the training? Declined as a footballer, performed okay. Yeah, I think I might actually genuinely do that. Oh, wait, I can't? Should be put on an individual training regime to improve his agility and balance. Is this because he's injured or something? Why am I not allowed to put him on that? Oh, it's injury rehab. Oh, right. Sorry. Didn't know there was different ones for that, actually. That makes more sense. I have to injure him first. Makes sense. Who's on the rest of the street? So basically, the biggest things is beat Villarreal comfortably statistically, only 2-0 on the night, but looked really, really good. Draw with Benfica away, which admittedly we weren't particularly effective, but did concede a late goal annoyingly. Could have been worse. We were doing well up to a certain point. Also, more importantly, Malta are in the Euros, which is the main thing. To me, the injury ones shouldn't appear unless they've actually been injured. that's the thing. Oh, Japan's scouting. Let's have a look. So, Yuito Kagigi. Sorry, Kakigi. Jesus. Love this. There's nothing that gives me more joy in FM than the right-sided player that can also play as a left fullback. It's the Paul Cide Costera pipeline. And to be fair, he is very good. I don't know what his weak foot's like, but it must be good enough to the point where he can play on the left-hand side. Unless he just inverts the whole way. The Paul, yeah, indeed. Really quality player. And... oh, that first season, holy shit. It's interesting that he was so dominant in that first year for you. Now, I know he played a few more games there, but it feels like his output was never quite the same level after that. Did you change your tactics? That's interesting how good he was in that first year. 1.4 mil a week. I wonder what the highest paid player in the save is right now. It's got to be like at least 2 mil, if not more, right? Could have become a sub, true. That would have been very far. Then again, I suppose when you're developing like that, you kind of do churn through players quite a lot, don't you? Let's have a look. See who the most expensive, not expensive, highest paid player is. Obviously, they'll all be in Saudi. But what would you reckon? 2 mil a week? 3 mil a week? I know some of the real players get insane money at the start of the save, but I feel like as the saves go on, it seems like it drops off a little bit. Send them home. Yeah, I tend to do it, Dave. The only time I wouldn't is if I feel like they're going to recover much quicker and we've got a really important game coming up. But other than that, I will always send them home just because I have had it spread through the clubs before. It's never great. Yeah, I reckon it'll be like, I'm going to say 2.1 million, but the next one will be like 1.5. Oh, well, okay, not even close. So yeah, highest paid player is literally Gonzalo Moran, 1.4 mil a week. Whereas in this save, we've already had players getting close to 3. I swear Neymar in this save at one point was on 3 million a week. Actually drops off quite quickly, in fairness. Like, you even get a Real Madrid player making the top, like, 15. Where was Kamga up there? Holy shit, he is. Kamga is, like, top 10 paid players in the world. Yeah, I've seen the real players get close to, like, 3 or 4 million. I think I saw in a test save, Kevin De Bruyne was on, like, 3.7 million. Something ludicrous like that. Yeah, it's literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He is the 11th highest paid player in the world. Like, I love Kamga, I do. He's my man. But there is no chance in hell that he is worth the 11th highest wages in the world. Maybe a cheap pick. Alexic is a wonder kid, yeah, but he's not cheap. He was like £7 million or something. But we want to sign him, Rachel. 4 million, Al Nassr, absolutely. But obviously Ronaldo's long retired as we're 20 years into the save. So it feels like the game doesn't do a very good job at modelling these contracts once all the main guys retire. And that for the Regens, they never seem to get the same money. It's a weird one. But yeah, Alexic is really good. We've got him earmarked, but he's never going to sign for us right now because we just simply can't afford him. Because of the whole FFP-ish situation. On the Pirana's like, oh god, yeah, I mean, I can only imagine what it is. Oh, I've seen some hugely... Do you remember... Oh god, who was it? Carter Vickers. Cameron Carter Vickers on my MLS beta save went to Al Nassr, and I think, wasn't he on like 1.2 million a week or something at Al Nassr during my USA beta? I swear it was like obscene money. Like, it was either over 1 million or damn close to 1 million at that same kind of point. But it's much harder because we start a lot lower. At the end of the day, MTK start in Hungary. It's a lot further up than where Malta is. But in addition, I think there are some things with the game this year that are just harder. It feels like it's, as you'll have seen, it's so almost impossible to avoid conceding the first shot you concede. Like, unless you can stop your opponent from actually scoring a single shot. You heard, you saw it. Almeria. Oh god, yeah. We need to do another Twitch versus the agent video again. That might be the next one we do, actually, for a bit of fun over the summer. Because I enjoyed that last year. But yeah, it definitely does seem harder to win the Champions League. I mean, the fact is, I wouldn't have thought it would have taken us 21 years. I would have expected us to be lagging behind on the other stuff, which makes sense because Malta starts a lot lower. But I would have thought we'd have won the Champions League in this save within maybe 18 years. And I'm still not convinced we're going to win it this year either. Part of me wonders if we win the Champions League at all in this save, which would be really, really shit. But basically, sure, could I then suddenly switch over to a really meta tactic? And yeah, I could, but there's no fun in that for me. I think this tactic is actually still pretty good. I've tested it against some of those meta tactics, and it seems to perform, maybe not quite as well, but pretty close to it, right? So I think we had some poor luck as well, which hasn't helped. So yeah, who even the hell is Gonzalo Moran? Jesus. It's been around a bit. Yeah, the other reputations is really not helping. It's mad that we've got clubs that are in like the knockouts of the Europa League who are getting, like, as you say, like League One reputations. Like, our reputation is still, when you consider this, what is it? This one here. So current rep rating. Here we are. We are still we have a smaller rep rating than Young Boys. And that's after 21 years. Player which is a constant stream of cash injection from the ball. I assume so. I mean, I think it's only a matter of time before Cataldi does become playable, right? Maybe not in F25, but soon, you know? When you consider where we get to in the Champions League. And bear in mind, our reputation hasn't got worse. Like, we're getting better. But the others are just able to move, yeah. It feels like other teams have got better or something, or it's just reshuffled it in some order. Like, these ones are maybe really, really close. Yeah. Per annum. I can't be asked to do that just because I'll get really confused later and wonder why, and it just takes ages to, like, reset the skin and everything. We're below Celtic, exactly. Whereas, like, we're regularly in the knockout, the last stages of the Champions League, whereas these clubs don't even make it out of the group most of the time. And that's the issue. I think, really, we just need to win that one. If we win that one, we'll get like 1,000-point rep bump, which will pretty much take us to 4.5 stars. And at that point, it will just be like night and day, I suspect. But just getting that first one requires so much effort. But that's what we're doing, you know? It's going to feel damn good, though, when we do get it. Because I do believe we will get it. Just the amount of time it's going to take. 73 million a year is mad. Show all faces except for the English League. I don't know. Are you sure that your face pack has the English League in it? That would be my first thing to check, because if it's an isolated thing that's specific to the English League, then it would suggest that there's something to do with the code in the English League. Is it a face pack that's just one big pack, so it's got all the faces in one file with the config file in there? Or is it like different ones for different leagues? Because I know it can vary. Yeah, we've got to kick that leather sack around a little bit. Kick the pig's bladder a bit better. We will start... Probably should actually play a relatively strong side again, just to make sure that we actually get a decent result. But not Gutierrez in goal. Got to make sure I start putting Sultan in these matches. But I have noticed people having more issues with face packs this year, and I don't really know why, because I'm not sure what could really break about it. Because at the end of the day, a face pack, what it boils down to is just a big folder with a load of face pictures in it, and then a config file. I also don't know which face pack you're using as well, so that could vary. And remember as well, it will prioritize, if you have other face packs involved, it will prioritize them based on alphabetical order in which the folders are saved as well. I believe, anyway. Right, that should be a... Right, good. 3-0, okay, cool. Got there in the end. Don't know why I did that, but we get the win in the end. Decent game from the keeper, as per. Pereira gets another goal. Padilla scores and an own goal in there as well. Ooh. Yeah, real one should be work. 29, 1.8 million. Yeah, it seems like it drops off quite quickly. It's that first sort of 5 years of the save. I noticed that you'll see some, although admittedly you are sort of just over that, you will see some pretty large ones. Why is it always 5.75 million? It feels like it's basically just assigned all of our players the value of 5.75 million. I think FM's just a bit broken in places. I think that's one of the things that's going to be really nice when we do get the inevitable switch next year, is hopefully it's a chance to refresh a few things too. It is just like, I reckon what they'll introduce for F25. I wonder if Pebbles is going to be worth 5.75 million. Oh, only 4.2 now. He was worth 20 million a little. Ah, dear. I'm sorry in some way. I would say most of them. With a few exceptions. So, Fabrizio obviously is on loan from us. These guys are all on loan from us. I don't think he is. Nope. So, Eder Gandelman is not a player that we've had any involvement in. He's a guy that came to Sweetie and has now found himself at Zira United. He's on loan from us. Jesus Lopez, again, has nothing to do with us either. He's annoyingly not as good as the actual goalkeeper they could have. Could be as little as 2.7. Yeah. Yeah, there needs to be like a thing. There's a lot of Brazilians, yeah. Jose obviously is another. It's actually a few here. Alarte definitely used to play for us. Just noticed that he doesn't even play in Malta anymore. He's just a Chicago Fire. Hammering got rid at the right time, I think. Obviously, Matthew Side is from us too. Nieto used to play for us. Del Castillo did. I don't think Leonardo did. Nope. He actually came from Melbourne Victory at one point. Or was that a loan? That was a loan. They certainly seem to... Yeah, they've signed a lot of the Brazilian guys. Pedro Henrique, I think he was... He's not even got a club. Ay, ay, ay. Guy Song as well. Someone's just drilling something outside that sounded like a bloody F1 car. So it's not as many as you'd think. And obviously Vida's Vida. Who's got the most caps out of these guys? It's actually Matthew Side. 81 caps at 29. I like that for him. Never even got a youth cap for Malta. He just went straight to the first team. We're never getting a better player than him, are we? Yeah, I reckon that every sort of 5 or 6 seasons, a little pop-up should just say, come up and just say, hey, wouldn't you much rather do a season with Manchester City than what you're doing right now? Looks like you're having fun. Wouldn't it be cool if you didn't do that? The coefficient right now is technically 6th, actually, on the year. Well, actually, that's not true, sorry. We've got 7.9 points on the year so far. Only England of the big nations that we care about right now are actually ahead of us, which is good. And more importantly, we are ahead of France, albeit only by 0.9 at the moment, but we are currently leapfrogging France. I have a daughter called Kia Side. That'd be S''I'd, thank you. But as things stand, we would go 6th, which is big. Because 6th spot, that is extra point. So an extra point, extra team in Europe. And guaranteed league phase for that team. Which I think is an important step that someone has to start taking. Because the money situation with the other Maltese sides, they're never really growing in their finances anymore. They're kind of stuck in the same finance bubble. Whereas this would guarantee big funds coming their way. And they'd also start signing bigger as a result of being in the Champions League. I mean, look what happened the one season that Hamren got into the group stage. When they went mad and took people like first place. No. I would say it's almost impossible to reach first place. There's just not enough time left. Because we've had to play catch up for so long, I'd say that it's almost impossible. I do, however, think next year we do it with Poland. Because they start in a better position. There's just so many more things that go in your favour with Poland. That I think with next year we absolutely do number 1 with Wisła. But it'll still take like 25 odd years, but I think we can do it. Good shares. Hey, look, 5.75 million again. How very convenient. Caballala's going to be out of contract soon as well. There might be a few more of the retirements. England's very difficult to beat, though, but with time you can do it. And a little bit of luck, obviously. Oh, another Gauchi's injured. That's exactly. Yes, I'm 95% sure that we're going to do banned next year. Well, the reason I think so, Schubert, is because save games are compatible between FN24 and FN25. That's what they've told us, right? So, if that's the case, I feel like it would make no sense that the mechanics would change that much. I don't think FN25 changes are going to help at all. I would be amazed if there's anything in FN25 that benefits us in any way. I'm just hoping that it doesn't hurt us. Yeah, obviously if they bring in some absolutely shocking mechanics. No, I've never reached number 1. I got to number 5 with Poland originally, back on YouTube back in the day. And that was in like 2018. But that was before I knew what we knew now. But I know so much more about how to do this than I wasn't building a loan farm back then or anything. Or not on purpose anyway. It maybe just happened accidentally and I probably had like maybe 15, 20 guys. Whereas Poland, so with Norway we got to 4th, Treaty we got Ireland to 3, and then MTK last year we got to number 2. I think you're right. I think it's going to be a lot of visual change, which is fine. We want to see that, but I think the underlying mechanics are not going to change as much. Switch to far post goal. Oh, maybe it works. Maybe it works. There will be some mechanic changes. Absolutely, there has to be, right? Oh, Dennis Spahic. These are the kind of ones we like. Yeah, I think because they have to release so many updates, I think it's going to maintain a lot of the similar stuff from an overall mechanics standpoint. It's just going to be the way that a lot of the stuff is presented, which no, the game engine is going to have to change. Well, it literally is changing. It's moving from a completely new engine, so it will have to change because it's going to have to be rebuilt. But the match engine itself is going to be completely different. It can't not be, right? There's actually some quite good players in this one. Diego's coming in clutch yet again. There's a guy called James here from Sao Paulo. Full name, James Diaz Quitter. If he doesn't have an unambitious personality, I'll be pissed. Top guy is very interesting. Spahic. Oh, Denise. Heading, tackling, marking, positioning, jumping reach, 6'4". I think we punt. I'd say he's punt. Oh, for sure. No way we don't punt on him. Dem knees, indeed. And he do be having dem knees with his 6'4"ness. Sadistic way to weaken the English sides. Yeah. I just don't know how you do it. Honestly. Other than get lucky. I'll give you 500k. Take it or leave it. See, that to me is the ultimate punt. That's a one I'm willing to do because he does look genuinely excellent. Now, maybe we could have scouted a bit more. There's also Kamil Vitek here. He looks like he's going to be much worse once he actually comes through. Alberto Capozzi, though. Way too expensive to punt on, but I like the CA. God, young boys in this save have been producing some absolute monstrous talent. Like, repeatedly as well. No wonder they've been in Europe so successfully. Wow. This is what I mean. Like, Scott Donnelly's not finding all that much, but he is at least getting that Africa knowledge, baby. Look at that. Scott Donnelly. Love to see it. To be fair, it would explain it. I mean, they've had some good seasons in Europe. Selling the players, but with 9 years of installments. Maybe. So basically, we're going to sew shrimp into the curtains. The problem is, any player that they'd be willing to pay that amount for, presumably, would be too good for us to really get away with doing that on. Wow, he actually went for the 7-year deal without any clauses. I'm worried that he's not going to be good, but I just can't see how he can't be. Like, as far as loan farm, I think FM... I think that the main reason that FM... I don't think FM per se makes the English sides overpowered. The issue I think that makes them overpowered, which is FM of course, but not in the same way, is the TV money. The English TV deal, I think, is why English clubs become so overpowered in FM. Well, I think it might do. And I might try that actually next year, Anna. Just rip up the scouting template and try again, but with 6 different dudes that just cover all the map. Well, it depends how often they go to these places, I suppose. But the benefit of it... Wow, 9.5 million. The benefit of us seeing this from scratch is it actually shows us which nations he's going to, because he's suddenly getting all the knowledge. It is a bit weird to me that he gets these like big dumps of knowledge from all these nations at once, and seemingly he doesn't seem to trickle in. Now, maybe it's just a question of when we looked at him, but the club reps are very strong, true. That and the fact that they don't decay fast enough, which is a big issue in FM. You could have a club in FM that gets promoted to the Premier League, gets a really good season, gets European football, then disappears down to League One, but like 3 years later, they've still got the reputation as if they're a European challenging side, and that's the problem. It's actually less about big teams like Man United losing rep when they don't qualify for Europe for a while, because they can still hold that, but it's when a club comes out of nowhere, does a thing, gets loads of rep from it, and then disappears, basically, but they maintain that rep for so long. Yeah, it does. It needs like a historical rep and a competitive rep, that one of them's like long-term, one of them's more short-term, and there's like a weighting system. But that sounds awful complicated if you ask me. Under 16s and gave him a ridiculous low PA. We get plenty for 16. I wouldn't know anything about that. But also, how many 16-year-olds from English sides have 180 PA on this in FM24? I genuinely want to know. Like, because I feel like sometimes it's a case of that might be true, but I also think that sometimes people overrate the value of the English overpoweredness too, and just seem a bit bitter about it to the same extent. It's kind of like, I feel like there's two sides to that. How many young English players have actually got like 180 PA this year? Like, genuinely, I'm curious. Because I can't imagine it's that many. I'm trying to think of any myself. I'm talking about like young English players that we don't know much about. What's like Joe Bellingham's PA? There is a lot more English facing the game, true, yeah, and that. But to be fair, the English facing the game ones, I don't think it really makes that much difference because I'm not convinced that the facing the game players are actually any better than any other players. It's just that they often come through at big clubs, therefore they're more likely to be better. In addition, if that player didn't come through the academy of that club, it would just been a different player that isn't a facing the game player that would have been just as good as them, right? Well, as far as I know, they don't have random PA. They have it. The PA is not set. Because the company is English. I don't think that actually means anything, but, you know, feel free to continue with that. Like, I don't... As if their researchers aren't... Like, do you think their Porto researcher's English? I mean, he might be, but I don't think he is. I feel like some people just get a little bit caught up in that sort of stuff. Right. Hibernian 3 days, Arsenal 6 days, so we can go pretty much full strength here, can't we? But, we'll do a quick pick just to make sure. Okay, apparently they do want to go with that. Get you back in. Yeah. They have no PA set, which is the same way I did my Patreon regens. How long does one season take? It depends, right? Depends on who's. For me, 5 streams, which is about 20 hours, but that's only live stuff. So it's probably about 30 hours for me. But that depends on the person, right? So yeah, they don't have a set PA, but obviously if the player's set to come through at Man United, they'll be using the English youth rating and Man United's facilities, and thus they're more likely to be a better player. Jasper Dowse, oh god, yeah, we nearly signed him in this save actually, as it happens. It is weird seeing the full strength side, but you've got to play it occasionally, right? Got to keep them on their toes. How many hours in this save? Let's find out. Luckily, the game actually tells you. Top 3 POs of the intake. Yeah, it does make you wonder, but I just wonder if there's so many of them that just statistically they're always going to have some really good ones. Game status. I have 21 days, 17 hours, and 58 minutes. What's it saying? This is my life and I'll do what I want with it. 21 days. That's too many. That's too many. Always the same guy. Yeah. I don't know. Apparently, though, you can now have those regions spawn at random clubs because I think there's 2 different codes that people have discovered for the club ID that allows you to have them spawn at random clubs now, which is really sick. Because that means next year, if the Patreon region thing is doable, because hopefully they don't change anything, then people won't have to pick a club if they don't want to, and I can actually set it so they'll generate anywhere they like, so it could be completely random, which I think would be pretty sick. I'll have to test that, obviously. There's a lot of stuff that will need to be tested for next year. 504, that makes about right. Because if you think about it, right, I'm streaming, so 20 hours per season. That's just the streamed hours, though. Not to mention all the stuff I do off camera, which can add up sometimes to up to 2 hours per stream. Not always. Like last stream, for example, I did nothing off stream. We literally finished right there. But like, for example, this one after today, I've probably got about an hour's work after stream today. Redafner, thank you very much for the follow. So if it's 20 seasons at 20 hours per season, then that right there is 400 hours plus the extra bit on top of that. Yeah, makes about right sense. Custies, thank you for the follow. Thoughts? We've discussed it ad nauseum today, Big Maguire. I think that we're going to be in for a massive shock when we realise that actually changing the manager doesn't suddenly make you win loads of stuff all of a sudden. Sort my club, please. We can do. But you're not ever going to have clubs on everyone because obviously there's retired players in here as well. So you'll see a lot of similarities in here. Like you've got 3 different dudes at Reggiana. 2 of them came through the same year. Custies, thank you very much for the Prime as well. Wow. Holy shit. That's very kind of you, friend. Following in the Prime immediately. I appreciate that. It's very kind. Lots of Saudi clubs, obviously. There's... Fucking hell. Arsenal have got... There's 8 players at Arsenal right now. 8 facing the game players at Arsenal. Villa, holy shit. Villa have got bloody 11 of them currently. There's 11 facing the game players playing from Aston Villa. Insane. Atletico have got quite a few as well. Balsan have actually got 3. Incredible. Barely paid and gets bumped up to like this. Right. Sorry, just to clarify, you think that he shouldn't have high value because he hasn't played. So how would you value him? Surely you have to value him somewhere, right? So they just make him bad because he hasn't played as much, but hasn't he done well in the games that he has played? I don't know. Benfica have only got 3. Wow, I expected them to have more, actually. Highly rare prospect. I mean, yeah. I know. Also, that's 1 player. So, England do produce some quite good young players. So do Portugal as well. Bologna have got a few. Bournemouth. Wow, I didn't think Bournemouth would have this many. They've got 6 of them. Brighton have got a shitload. I wonder who has the most. At the moment, it's Villa. Yeah, Chelsea have got quite a... Surprisingly few, actually. Admittedly, Chelsea, one of the Chelsea's ones is Dan Strong, and he's not actually a face in the game. He's a Patreon regen. I love that he's still playing there. Many Turkish. I assume a few. Everton have got a good chunk. Fulham. Oh, my God. Even Fulham have got... Now, these guys may not have come through at Fulham, but they have a lot. Yeah, the fact that there's still loads of young face in the game players is irksome. Makes you wonder if any of them have regenerated. Juve have got a few. Lazio, Leicester have got a big chunk. Holy shit, Liverpool. Now, admittedly, Hambusher's not one of them. So, actually, Liverpool only have 10, because Hambusher doesn't count. I have a PA. Right, but you have to give them a PA. I'm not sure what you're looking for here, other than English players made worse, Portuguese players made better. So what essentially it seems to me like you're saying is basically you don't like it because your players aren't good, but they are. I don't know. So I'm not sure what the solution is here, other than make English players worse because I said so. What if they are good though? I don't know. Right? Anyway, Alonzi, Man City. Wow, Man United have only got 5. Oh no, 6. That's surprisingly low. Yeah, so also, why couldn't you give a 15-year-old player? Are you saying that Lionel Messi couldn't have had good PA when he was 15? I'm not saying Mikey Moore is Lionel Messi, obviously. But like Lamine Yamal, for example, right? He's only 17 now. Now, admittedly, he's been exposed to way more first-team football. Oh my God, Newcastle have 14 of them! So there's a lot of Toon fans. Jesus Christ, I don't think anyone's beating 14. 14! Lots of Sassuolo guys as well. Decent amount of Sheffield United. Like, I think it'd be different if every single young English player was being rated obscenely highly, but we seem to have like one example who's actually a really good player as well. You know, wow, Wolves with a load as well. 11 as well. Cool. Players performing better in real life, valued worse. But define playing better in real life. They're not playing against each other. How can you possibly make the comparison between the two? He is playing good in real life. You can only play who you're playing against. Just because he's not playing in Spurs' first team at 15 doesn't mean he can't have a bright future, surely, right? Sirens of Malta have. Actually didn't see. First national. I honestly don't care that much. Let's make this very clear as well. I'm not actually that interested, but sure. How many do we have? We have 5, and admittedly, 1, 2 of them are Patreon regions as well. So we've actually only got Krastev, which is annoying, Redenciuc and Hubanov. I think that at the end of the day, they're trying to predict the future, which is always difficult, and there will be a lot more misses than there are hits. And I think arguing that people can't predict the future perfectly is sort of a bit... I'm not sure exactly what you hope to achieve by it, is my point. I'm not sure what the good outcome here really is. Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, so it's between 160 and 190. So you're saying it's not worth 160 either? Like... Isn't that the whole point of the attribute ranges, is because they don't know? So he doesn't have like a hard set PA, right? He could be 160, he could be 190. Which I think seems fair. It's still quite high, but like, isn't he one of like the best prospects possible, right? Yeah, the best outcome would be removed facing the games. Absolutely, I agree. They face each other. Okay, cool. Saying that it's I just don't believe that they do have a bias towards English player. I just don't believe that they do. I'd be amazed if most of the players, most of the people reporting on the player values for Portuguese clubs or whatever are Portuguese, most likely, right? If I had to guess. Anyway, we move. So, yeah. Leave face the games alone. No, Saz, you get your own one. Done my research. Yeah, usually speaking. Which is why, wasn't there at one point where a researcher had like massively bumped up the PAs of players from his club, like got caught doing it and was in trouble for it? I swear. So, oh yeah, we can have a look actually, for sure. 5-0. Okay, that's, sorry, 4-0. Looks at scoreline. 5-0. Juzanovic with a brace. Reynoso with a goal. Wow, that took a little while to get going, but we get the result. That's the cup though. But Reynoso scores, which is the main thing. Tomadio, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Shit, developing them. Yeah, probably. They're not going to get a lot of game time. That's the other problem. It seems like that is changing slowly, but yeah, no, I agree. Right. Let's see. So what was it? Facing the games, but to see the 16-year-old ones. Why can't I spell, man? To see if the Scourge continues, which I believe that it fully does. Oh my god, yeah. I mean, it was an Estonian. Alari Naylor. Oh, good. Turns out the yet another Bulgarian player that I like is yet another face in the game. Mark Abbey of Real Mona. Seems, well, I don't know. But I think if there's an issue, they're more likely to take it up with the people doing the reports on them, right? I don't know. Fact is, everyone has to have a number. That's why they have dynamic ranges. Ooh, Sangwan, we take it. See if any respawn. Oh, that's a good idea, actually. Yeah. Well, Saz, you got the pleasure of having 2 facing the games this year. Not many people get that, you know. That's a real honor. Monaco. Wait. Random. Why is there? Okay. Didn't PA. Yeah. At the end of the day, that's why there are PA ranges. Like, that's kind of the whole point of PA ranges. I like the fact that there are different PA ranges as well, so it's not always the same spread. Sounds too far. I am. I know, bastard. It's always hit and miss. They're literally being told to predict the future. It's not easy. I can't do it, although I do sometimes do it. 38.5%. That's such a large number, and it just sort of makes you go, yeah, that's cool. Isn't it even higher in places like Iceland and the Faroe Islands? Don't they have like an obscene amount of people as a percentage of their nation like registered for like football teams, which is dope? And a bit possibly, yeah. But I don't know. It's just not the reason I don't think about it that much most of the time is because I never get to play with those players anyway, so it's just another something that's really concerned me, I guess. I'm amazed that the game is as good as it is at remove face on the game, add Greenland. Now we're talking. No, but I bet you in those same FM games, Atomico, there were lots of players that were highly rated at that kind of age that then didn't turn out to be that good. Because again, you're asking people to predict the future, which is literally not possible. So I'm not really sure what the argument is here that they've not perfectly predicted the future, I guess. Like, you have to take a punt on it somehow, right? A number has to go in the box. You never hear everyone go, yeah, exactly. It's the best fun. 4.2 million. Go away, Al Nasser. Jesus Lord. Probably brought that. Yeah, I'd say a lot of us probably did. And we're all in this chat right now. More money for public. Yes, good stuff. We'll fund them with balls. Oh, yeah. Imagine if they didn't get anyone wrong. Turn out for him. But he had proven he was good. Well, I mean, clearly he didn't. I think that you're kind of... Anyway, I don't really argue about that anymore. I'm bored of it. But I think you're just sort of cherry-picking things to sort of... whilst not acknowledging the overall point, which is the fact is they can't predict the future, so it'd be ridiculous to expect them to. You know? Right, so we want full rotation here. And kind of go from there. Perez, Holler, Pineda. Yeah, fuck it. Good or bad news? Oh, God. Are they respawning? Petrovsky, Valenhout, Beckenhauer. Oh, that's fine, actually. No, I will play the other goalkeeper just because he's going to kick off if I don't. No Scourges respawn. Okay, good. So, what you mean is that we're not getting any new ones, but they are... 6.6. Yeah, I wonder how long it has to take. I think the reason he likes Gert as a volante is because he's actually not bad in that role, except for his finishing. But the problem is that it's because he's right-footed as well. He likes putting him on his right foot here. So he is, as you say, obsessed with Gert as the volante. To the point where even when I pick youth prospects, and Gert is still like 26 now. But he is obsessed with putting him in the team. Luckily, we've got Hooby. Bit of Hooberstank. I think, yeah, there's just so many of them. I wonder if we could figure out exactly how many of them there actually are. I reckon there's like 2,000 of them. Maybe more. Oh, imagine this. With a small database, you'd end up in a situation where every single player in your game is a face in the game, and they've all come through at Manchester United. And that's where I feel like it just loses itself a little bit. That's why I just make it optional. That's all I ask. That'll probably do. How do I become a face in the game? There's various different ways. You can win competitions for it. Devs get them. Members of staff at SI, obviously. Certain community members have got them as well. Not me. Now, if they said to me, Matt, would you like one yourself, or would you rather us give you the option to take them out? I would fall on my sword and say no. Take them out. Or rather, give me the option to take them out. That's incredible. That's like 18% of the database. Sounds like too much work in it, though. We don't like work around here. We're a bit work shy. Buy once, yeah. Oh, can you? I reckon Kane Fuller have stopped paying his money. You would take it. I actually don't particularly care. I add myself as a face in the game Patreon region anyway, so I can just make my own. Like, maybe I'm like, no, it was the money half. That was just extra. So they get, yeah, good man, Daz. There you go. Yeah, best youth player of the save that's actually come through us is definitely Matthew Side for sure. I don't think it's even really close. There's no one even really... Well then. Strike that one on the list of things I didn't expect to see today. Carlos Perez with a hat-trick in exactly 30 minutes. Turns out the blind squirrel truly is white once a day. I wonder where that ranks him in terms of the goal scorer now, because it feels like Pereira... Yeah, he's only scored one goal in the whole of today. Reynosa's actually catching him up a little bit. Now, in fairness, Pereira was massively overperforming, so I can kind of forgive him for that right now. But 8 assists for Krastev already, 6 for Lahovi, 8 for Padilla. Although, he's got a few more goals to his game now, but he does need to up that a little bit, massively. Fishy join my Sirens, would you love to bloody see it? That's true, we might... Well, no, we won't. We'll just gain them in the women's game. And if anything, I suppose they won't at least be players we can sign, I suppose. Youth Nations rate, no, I can't. But you can't do that without the editor. But I imagine it's probably like the exact same. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it's got worse. I could totally see FM being like, oh, you've qualified for an international tournament. Better ruin your youth rating. Up to 115th in the world rankings, though, which is something. Moving across the field, I guess so, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if our youth rating had actually dropped in this save. Just because... Agent by AI decided... No, I'm not allowed to use AI, remember. But also... Like... What promise? Oh, he was that guy that we got for free. I don't think that'd be trustworthy. I want to do the agent video versus chat again. That was really fun. Actually surprised I didn't do it sooner. But the chat one was really cool last time. Expect you... Who's a spec will move? Who's that? Yeah, I don't know if Holly's one's... Is Ollie Percival still in the game? I think she is, right? Although I might just be getting confused. Yeah, no, it's definitely not gonna... Oh, Demonova. Right. Not one I'm actually familiar with. I genuinely don't think I've signed him. So I love how we're more favourites to beat Arsenal than we were Benfica. It's an oversight. Oh, right, yeah. No, weirdly, not one I've ever seen before. Oh, was she on the list? Oh, right, damn. Yeah, not one I've come across, but I guess there's so many of them that, like... You could have one that always appears in your saves that I've maybe never even seen before just because there is so many of them. I do wish the dynamic youth... Or you just had settings to control it so that you could affect the rate of... You know, like how in like a lot of 4X games, or like your strategy stuff, where you've got those little bit extra control over the way the game world works. So to do with like rate of progression, it'd be cool if you had that ability in FM, perhaps. Isn't FM YouTuber await the memes? I think someone actually did something exactly like that back in the day, like a long time ago, admittedly, but it definitely was a thing. I swear. Oh, Doblass, I got excited about you. Oh Jesus! Excuse the random frames being dropped here. My internet has apparently shat the bed. FM? Sky Internet? If you're feeling it? There we go. That was weird. Yeah, Janos was also one. It's just word. Yeah. Yeah, give me the Black Death. Hello, Pog. I was talking nice things about you earlier. Oh, hello, Rodrigo. Oh, my goodness. He's 2.7. Oh. And he's got dreadful finishing. But he still looks like one that could be very intriguing. Intriguing? Yeah, it's not looking good for Scott Donnelly here. Seems to be finding us no players, which you'd think he would be. Because you were being nice, Pog. I was telling chat about you basically tucking me up in bed yesterday and being like, no. He's actually still managing Sporting. Renato Vida's next manager. At the moment, probably still Vida, but there's more time. He can prove himself. So yeah, he's actually still at Sporting. Has been, but that's just because teams in these saves that aren't in Malta don't really change their managers very often. It's pretty much either they retire. Basically, Pog, we've decided you're going to be our manager for the Malta, for the actual Malta national team. Oh, Youth Intake preview. Right then, God, what was that game, by the way? Mali 4, Egypt 6. Do you know, actually she did, once again, Clay. The main reason being that my sister is staying with us at the moment until Wednesday, and where she's sleeping, that's where we keep a lot of clothes because there's just not a lot of room. And I don't want to wake her up, so we grab some stuff the night before, and Pog just grabs me stuff. On the plus side, I made blondies yesterday. Sis convinced me to go and grab some get some stuff when I went to Tesco's yesterday, so I just made blondies yesterday afternoon. It's going to be easy, isn't it? I reckon it'll be worse than normal. Only 2 Fs. Still no one good in it. And 3 absolute nothings. That might even be worse, you know? I actually think there's a higher proportion of non-E's. This could even be a worse youth intake. Because you've got 2 Fs, but then 3 absolutely nothings, and only 5 E's. It is just funny, isn't it? Like, why even bother at that point? Yeah, no players that are useful. To be fair, we don't use centre mids, so in actuality, I'm not super bothered by that. Although, doesn't our head of youth development have a preference for centre mids? Because it's Luka Modric. Luka, any chance of bringing through players that match your style at all? Now, we're only really interested in Luka because of the model citizenness, but still. It does appear like it somehow can get worse. Hello, Amanda. You've had a rubbish start. Oh, Paul, that sucks. We'll have pizza later. Not dirty. Like just normal pizza. And that will cheer you up. His rating was... yes. And does it come out purple as well? Isn't great. It's irrelevant. If you're talking about like his... These numbers are completely meaningless. Like legitimately meaningless. Because we sign every youth player that we get anyway, so his ability to judge whether they're good or not is irrelevant to us because we sign them all. His working with youngsters is fine, but really our overall coaching is what matters. The only thing that matters on our head of youth development is his ability to have high professionalism. So with a model citizen personality, he will have high professionalism. And obviously, hopefully having a system that's similar enough to yours that you'll get players that sort of suit your style, although apparently that doesn't matter. But the only thing that really matters is their personality, pretty much. Reputation. Does it though? I'm not really sure how that matters. Because the players aren't joining you because of the reputation of your head of youth development. They're joining you because of the youth recruitment of your club and the reputation of the club. I don't think the reputation of the youth recruitment, the head of youth development matters. Oh, I know he did. That's what I'm referencing. That is the data I'm using. Let's see. Not bad at judging. Yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't care, but like we sign everybody up anyway, so even if he gets it wrong, like we'll figure it out eventually. God, it's the same shit, isn't it? Like with Arsenal, we definitely need to. Yeah, affiliates. Well, bear in mind, affiliate isn't going to make us have good players most of the time anyway. I've noticed that I very rarely get good players directly from the affiliates in normal saves, let alone this one. Model sits on the feature. That was in with MTK, and I believe it was better. But the problem was we couldn't find enough of them that were actually good at their jobs as well as having good personalities. Fulham as an affiliate, no, basically. We haven't been able to get any new affiliates in the sense that, one, we can't get new affiliates because we don't have enough reputation, and two, even if we were having a slot available, we aren't at a reputation level where we could get a club like Fulham as our affiliate anyway. But maybe if we could finally win a Champions League, because that would, one, give us more reputation that would allow us to get another affiliate and therefore better affiliates as well. Yeah, I got Torres. I go, nice. Right. This feels... time to get faced in the game FC with Laycock and Lamb, etc. Yeah, we'd have to really be butting up against the head of the reputation level to get someone like Fulham. And they'd have to be like Championship. Yeah. He still has 14 pace, 14 acceleration. And he's still a very good player. The most important thing, though, is he's better defensively than Lahovy is, I think. I am worried about Lahovy, but maybe it is a time that we just start Lahovy a bit more. What do you do with all the shitty players we take? We sign them up. They go on a really, really long youth contracts that last like 8 years, and most of the time they just get loaned out. It's worth getting an affiliate club. There's no downside to it, other than the fact that you have to pay them. And if you've got loads of money to the point, like, you're only paying them like 100 grand or so a year, so there's really no reason not to do it. And as you say, it is partly fun just throwing them a lot of shit players. Like, particularly if you get a domestic one. We've got like 100 players on loan at Dingley. For the memes, more than anything else. Right. Okay. I feel like this game is going to tell us a lot about where we're actually at. We are at home, but Arsenal are a fucking good side in this save. They're regularly right up there at the very top of the Champions League standings. Even if they never seem to win the Champions League, they're always sort of there or thereabouts in the group stage. Math to send it back. Honestly, I feel like by the time next year comes around, he's not going to be good enough for that either, because there are just going to be better players in the squad. But that's fine. I feel like at that point, he'll be willing to take a lower squad status anyway, so it won't be too much of an issue. But if I've got a choice between him, these three, then some of the other guys coming through, I think I'd rather play Valenhout to get him that football, because I think he can be better. It does feel like his time as being our starter, though, is probably gone. Oh, that was nice. Also, I forgot to restart the game after that Benfica match, so just as well we haven't crashed since then. Okay. Want to keep plugging away. And we still have Kadri as well, yeah, for the time being, until such time as I can find a proper big transfer fee for him, which hopefully we can maybe sort out in the summer if we get a little bit more of a bump. That'd be nice. So 15 minutes in. Steady from us. Defensively solid. Creating a few little openings here and there. Nothing major, but this reminds me a lot of the Villarreal game where we're just in control, doing our bits, but we need to be a bit more clinical with the finishing today. Okay, less of that. But that's okay. This is what I want to see. Vieira, just drop it around the side. Here we go. Lahovy. Oh, no! Fuck me, that should have been a goal. That feels horribly ominous as for what to expect from this game. But keep the pressure on them. Yes, okay. Arsenal have, I think, what was it? 9 guys they had that were facing the game? Newcastle had the most with 14, which is a truly astonishing amount of them. Okay, that was a big chance. I think Pereira has to bury that. Give us the early lead. Keep the possession then. We can start to really build from there. Vieira. Oh, that's a great pass. Pereira! Saved again! This is what I'm talking about. Pereira finally seems to have been unleashed today. Now, it might just be because of the way that Arsenal are playing that Pereira's actually finding space, because he hasn't really done it in either of our other 2 Champions League games today. But this is more like it from us. Worried that we haven't managed to find the back of the net yet, but the chances are coming. Now, to have nearly 0.8 in the first half an hour is a really good sign, particularly with now an injury for Arsenal as well. We're starting to grind through them. If we were to get a win over Arsenal, that would be really good signs. Padilla and Reynoso have, if anything, been the ones getting carried by us a little bit here. Come on. Just a little bit more. One big push for a goal. I genuinely might want to have a look and see how many shots we've conceded at home this season in Europe. Because we didn't concede a single shot against Villarreal. Halfway through this game, no shots for Arsenal either. Was it Lazio we played at home? They had 1 shot on target in that game. Scored it, obviously. Yeah, I'm going to yell at them a little bit. We need to get going. Remove the faces in the game. No, because the faces in the game don't appear in the editor. They're not added through the database manually. They are added using a system in the background that doesn't take place until you load your save. So they don't exist in the pre-game editor, essentially. They exist in the same way that Patreon regens do, the way I built them, but not directly in the same way. So I use an EDT file to create that. They function the same way, but it's a hidden file somewhere. We've tried everything we can to remove them, but they are like so hard. They are the epitome of hard-coded, basically. Do you reckon Arsenal score their first shot of the game? I can feel it. It just seems like it's inevitable. I want to be careful with my substitutions this time as well. Just hang off a little bit more than I did last time. They are hard-coded, yeah. Keep chilling, keep chilling. Mr. Profanities. What, you made 500... I'm not even sure I understand that sentence, 889. Padilla's had a genuinely shocking game. So should Zanovic, actually. Despite... How can he have had a 6.5 when we haven't conceded a shot? Like, what could he have possibly done wrong in that period? Krell. Was it? Oh, the answer is still no, obviously. Right. Pereira's done okay, but I think Pineda. The bench does feel a bit light. Lahovi's done well, though. I might actually get Lahovi on, honestly. Not sorry, Lahovi. Right. List of profanities. Oh, I see. So their names can't load because of the... Ah, okay. That's a thought. That would be... I suppose you could always write a script that would export the names and then write the code for it, I guess. Imagine if we get a goal here. Still, by the way, 78 minutes in, no shots for Arsenal. I mean, this is one of the best teams in Europe. Valmir. Oh, use the width. Come on, he's there. It's Kral of all people on his wrong foot. He's going to shoot, isn't he? Oh, come on, man. It's not who I wanted that ball falling to. 80 minutes on the clock. This is just going to be a long-range effort to nobody, right? Pebbles, come on. Imagine if he just randomly scored. Oh, tipped away by the goalkeeper again. Super naughty word list. Oh, really? Oh, that could work. Imagine if we could actually get rid of them. I'm actually going to be super annoyed if we don't win this now, but this is the perfect performance-wise anyway. Just lacking that finishing touch. Although Reynoso is now looking knackered and hurt. We may have to go for someone else. Even Perez, potentially. Not new format UCL. I do not know. Your best bet would be just FM Scout or something like that, I would have thought. It's not something I use, as I actually quite like the new format. But go Bizarma. Reynoso's had a bit of a poor day, which is a rarity by his standards. How we're not winning this game, I do not know, as long as we don't lose this. I swear to God, this might be my last ever FM game if we somehow concede their first shot of the game in the 87th minute. It may well be over for us. From a me ever wanting to play this game anymore. If this actually happens here. Okay, cool. Relatively weak. Also, I've just realised I put Gutierrez in goal. So that was a mistake. As if we're going to draw that game. What can you do? I mean... I'm not sure it matters what you do anymore. At least that didn't go in, but, like, that was a really good performance against one of the best sides in Europe. Keeper he's better than losing, but, like, come on, we've got to be winning those games. We've created loads in Europe this year, and they've just missed every chance. But we are still top 8, which is the main thing, but... Do you know what? Actually, getting points... Oh, Balatro now. I promised you, if we win the Champions League, I'm doing Balatro. That was my promise to you. It was like, when we win the Champions League, I'll give you an hour of Balatro. Restart game. Probably don't need to now. We've only got, like, 25 minutes left, and I've saved it here, so we're not going to lose anything massive. Perez would have carried. Yeah, he probably would have, but what he would have carried would have been a plastic bag with his P45 in it. Don't do 5-6 to nil. No, but we would like to have won the game. Because I feel like we've underperformed our XG in Europe quite a lot this year. Actually, maybe not. Lazio was what? Oh, no, it was. Oh, no, yeah. Overperformed a little bit there. Porto, we were just bad. Milan, we were unbelievable against Milan. Villarreal, also very, very good. Benfica, bit mid, honestly. But that was a good performance against Arsenal. Get the wrap up for... No. I think throwing the league would be catastrophic for us because we just lose so much in terms of what... We would lose so much in terms of coefficient. I know we'd go a bit further, but we actually do tend to go fairly deep ourselves. It's what we would lose from having a different side in Europe, and we'd probably get sacked. Oh, it would have been lovely to win it. Yeah, no, absolutely. But it feels like it's there. But we've said this before, like when we make a new tactic and it's like, oh, it works really well, and then you just don't win. If every single tactic you do has that same outlook, it's just like, oh, okay, maybe it is just the game, and that you're just simply not going to get the rub of the green often enough. I feel like we've played enough now to know that that seems to be how it goes. Do we still get lucky sometimes? Absolutely, but it feels like we rarely do. And I always say, oh, we'll set up our thingy that will tell us if we get lucky or not, but then we just forget every single time, right? I'll tell you who isn't getting lucky, though. Galatasaray, mate. 13 points after 6 games for Gala. You'd love to see it. Reynoso does actually have 6 goals in the Champions League this season, which is 6 in 6 is a massive step forward from him. Because I feel like he has had one good year in Europe for us, I think. There was 3 that season, 9, but I think that season was not when we got to the final. I think that was in counting Club World Cup. 7 that season, and one of these was Club World Cup, I think. It might have been the one before. And 4 that. I feel like he's never been prolific in Europe to the same extent as I was expecting. So the fact that he's already got 6 in 6 makes me happy. Do I Galatasaray? Wait. Who was it? There was it. I've actually forgotten. Because there's also Hassan Ceylan. He's ridiculous. Who was the game never managed? Now you understand, yeah. For the plain red. Ooh. No idea what this sponsor is, but I actually don't hate it. And that might just because I like Adidas kits. Not having teams drop down. True, but I think it's a double-edged sword. So like not having them drop down, I feel like can be a benefit as well, because it means that you don't get like your Atletico randomly dropping into the Europa League constantly, which is what used to happen. I feel like since they moved over to that, it feels like it's been easier for the other Maltese sides or whoever to actually to do well. With a fictional betting company that we believe is illegal. It's like when Fulham were linked with that random African betting company last year, and there was this huge expose about it. I say linked with, we were like actively affiliated with them when they were clearly a scam. It wasn't a betting company, I think it was some other crypto nonsense. Right. So, Hammer and hosting... Oh, I just got really surprised that there's like a little handle on top of my bottle. I didn't even notice that. That's cute. Zabar host Rijeka, gotta win. Hammer and hosting Lyon. And Gudja. I'm sure I'm being... Oh, there they are, away at Ludogorets. Glasgow Community Stadium. I imagine it's one of these ones that was built for a tournament. Yeah. When was it built? Although they usually say that they're ongoing, don't they? What do you know? Maybe not. Yeah, it's one of these random ones that's built for tournaments. 2 places in the rankings, and all the players I bought for 30 million proved like 30 overall and now worth the same as I bought them. Hang on, wait, what? Sorry, my league dropped down 2 places in the rankings, and all the players I bought for 30 million years ago improved like 30 overall. Not sure I understand the question. 30 overall, as in 30 million or 30 overall what? Yeah, so that was quite an early one. So the question is why it was built. We'll never know. Birkikara hosting Bati Borisov. Got to win that. Massively important to win that. Because that would potentially give them a really good chance at top 8. And more points. I want us to at least get to 10 points in the coefficient today, which seems just about doable. 2055. I'm convinced there are more financial bugs in the game this year than there were last year. Because I know we had some issues with finances with MTK, and that was a vanilla database. But the issues were more... The thing that's kind of happening with us at the moment, where they go up and then they drop down way too much at the start of every window. Hammer and lose at home to Lyon. That's shit. Gudja with 3-0 away. Zabar lose... Oh, that's ridiculous. Zabar concede 4 goals to the same team. To the same player, rather. And in the 95th minute as well. Zabar are really shitting the bed here a little bit with Galeas and players that shouldn't be in their lineup, unfortunately. Hammer losing at home to Lyon. That red card surely was the key. Oh, such a close game as well. Luckily, at least, Gudja pulled one out the fire. Arifi and 2 goals for Thomas Baran. So what does that do? Gudja are literally top of the Europa League. Hamren are outside of the qualification places now. Massive deal. Zabar have got 8 points. I think 1 more point for Zabar will be enough to get them in. But Hamren need a win. Who are their last 2 games against? Red Bull Salzburg and FC... Never mind. It's been fun. That was their chance. They had to beat Lyon there. Or get a something. That they're done. Zabar need a draw. And their last 2 games are away at Napoli and at home against Nordsjælland. Nordsjælland feels doable, but still tough. And what about Gudja, out of interest? Like, what are the chances of them winning the whole thing here? Home against Real Sociedad away at Sporting... Never mind. Yeah, Hammer basically got a Champions League draw, in fairness. He's top scorer in Malta now. I don't know if you're right about that. Imagine if he was. No, top scorer in Malta is still Pereira, actually. Followed by Roy. And then Perez. Let's see how many goals Arifi actually has. So in all comps, he's got 5. That was his only goal in the Europa League this season. He's got 5 goals in 12 starts. He's not even starting for Gudja anymore. I guess because Zolt Isla exists, right? But at least he didn't help Malta get knocked out. And it's time for Harrow Bishop Ultras as well, which is even better. Because there's still another round of fixtures for the Conference League coming up in a week's time too. So we need to get to that. Anyway, Harrow Bishop Ultra time. And you know what to do. And a 5. And a 4. And a 3. And a 2. And a 1. And hit me with some Harolds, baby!
You did.
I am from Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I am from Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
Things you'd love to see, chat. Also, in other weird good news, video I put up on Friday seems to have randomly hit the YouTube algorithm. It feels like for some reason this happens quite a lot. I put a video out on Friday, does over the weekend, Monday's like, and then all of a sudden Tuesday, it just seems to like catch, and I don't know why, it always seems to be the same pattern. But hey, I'll take it. Your boy needs some growth. Big Hikara get the win. Get in, lads. Love to see it. Oh, bit of another performance, and it relied on a Richard Curtis penalty, but we take it. And Loppy was man of the match.
Almost forgot today was my resign day. 8 months is a long time watching average FM gameplay.
I misread that as resign, like, well, I mean, literally, because that's what Nana said. I thought you meant like you resigned from your job or something, Bab, not re-sign day. Good lord, that scared the shit out of me, bud. Thank you very much for the 8 months, though. I hope you're well. Hopefully you're not resigning from job. To distract people. Nah, but I find that it's, oh, by the way, so during football matches, generally speaking, with my live views, there's like a chart you can see that goes like this per hour, and you can measure it, right? And during football matches, obviously, there's usually a dip. I have never seen a dip like I saw from the Euros final. It's incredible. It's like this, like that. It goes from like, 500 views an hour or whatever at the time, and then it drops down to 41, 53, and then at 10 o'clock back up. It's amazing. It's so incredible being able to witness data like that in real time. It's so cool. Ah, dear. Whatever dancing Harrow Bishop emote. Oh. But the main thing, Bagpuss, though, is that they recognise what it was, and therefore they at least deserve our respect, if nothing else. So, good result for Big Hikara there, which should qualify them, in fact, and they've got a great shot at getting top 8, which would be just lovely, frankly. It's just good to see. Also, who are you? Ooh, oh, it's 31. Got so excited. Asked the pub to put your video on the big screen. They declined, bastards. You could have been the 43rd video, 33rd viewer during that period, and no. Instead, they decided against it. Crazy. Why would they make such decisions? Yeah, I'm thinking, though, Outcast to Icons over the summer on the YouTube would be actually kind of fun. With the other stuff I've got planned. Because I do want to do the rest of the World Cup video. And this whole random Champions League thing seemed to get people properly pumped. So that would be fun. I get the feeling, anyway. I would like to try and work on that flowchart. It's just, it'd be so difficult. Watching everyone together. Well, it doesn't. This is very true. It doesn't count the number of eyeballs yet. All it can tell me is that there is a view at that exact moment. It's actually quite a fun data screen to use. It just tells you like live real-time analytics on videos. It just gives you interesting metrics, basically. You can get a little too like glued to it sometimes, and just trying to back away from that is always a bit of a difficult one, especially when things are going well. I remember when I was on holiday with Pog last year when we were down in Devon, and it was I'd uploaded the Aaron Walker video on the Friday thinking, right, I'll get that video out, people have a nice time, then I'll go away for holiday. And I randomly checked the analytics one day when we were out, and it was getting like 2,000 views an hour, and I was like, what the hell is going on here? And I just couldn't stop looking at it for the rest of the day. It was bizarre. I've never experienced anything like that. And I don't know why that video did so well. Because I thought it was solid, but unspectacular, I suppose. But that's got nearly like 500,000 views now, which is mental for me. Oh yeah, we don't have to worry about rotation too much now. We can actually just go full strength with Jozanovic in the team if we want. I might give Gert a little rest. I might even try Pineda actually for a game. I think he deserves it. Valmir. Oh, the keeper? Oh, good shout. I need to like... It's weird, considering he actually has the status of first choice goalkeeper. Does Gutierrez also have that, though? I guess that trumps it, right? 6 eyeballs. I'll skew the numbers. Aha! Get me them extra metrics, man. Poppers of his value. That'll distract me. Nothing at all. Watch FM and chill. I guess so. I don't know. I don't actually consume that much FM content, really, because, like I said, I try to keep my mind pure. But when I do, I suddenly, like, for example, when I would watch a Max video, it was usually, because Pog and I have, like, YouTube time, right, where we'll have videos in the subscription box that we both use. And there are some that I'm just like, I won't save that for Pog. There's no reason I need to watch this with her. So most of the time it's things like, it was Max's videos, for example, or any like hockey related content. Although Pog actually, this is a thing that actually happened, chat. I promise this is a real thing. On Saturday, she goes, "Can we watch an old hockey game?" I'm like, "What?" So I was like, "Can I even do that on YouTube?" So yep, you bet. We spent the next 2 hours watching a random game from the 2022 season between the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Colorado Avalanche. So I'm just like, hey, you don't know to ask me twice. Well, sure, maybe so. Although, admittedly, I tried a very similar style on there with Premier League years, and that did not work. But I think part of that issue with that was the titling, actually, more than anything else. That just wasn't very good, but the titling was always a tough one. I think I figured out the title too late. To watch the Euros on normal TV. No, I mean, I never watched live television other than the football. I'm trying to think the last time I watched live television that wasn't football. Legitimately can't think of it, because Pog and I just watch everything on streaming or on YouTube for the most part. Pineda with 4 goals! Eurovision. Actually, yeah, you're right, it was Eurovision. Absolutely. Yeah, no, that's a great remembrance. Yeah, it literally was Eurovision. That was the last time I watched anything. And that would have been the previous time, for that was probably the previous Eurovision. You know? But great performance from Pineda. That bodes well for what he could do out here. I might start... He's 20. I'm going to put him on final third training for just a couple of years, maybe. Just to get that composure and decisions up a little bit. Because his finishing is not amazing, but I feel like his composure and decisions are more important. Don't know, you would never watch anything like that. That would be illegal. And then they'll come round and they'll knock, and then you'll say, hey, stop, and they'll say, yeah, but I'll knock again. Liga versus Hamron. Yeah, but we know Hamron are going to balls it up. It's what they do. They already lost the first leg 1-0 at home. Like, I mean, you don't watch Loose Women. Ah, well, not the TV show. Sorry. That was like a fastball right down the middle of the plate. Why is it? Oh, it's still only Thursday, actually. We don't even have that many signings joining us in January. I don't know how I'm going to present. Do you know what? It's just as well that Malta qualified for the Euros during this stream and this season, because I don't know how the hell I would manage to present the recap video, but basically being like, well, we didn't really sign many people. Although, actually, we do get to talk about the goalkeeper. And a couple of the other signs we made are actually genuinely good. But still, we're still at back. Look at this. 12.5 out, 12.5 in. Go back 2 years. 111 out. Sorry, 111 in, 103 out. 186 out. Oh, God, these finance bugs, man, are absolutely irritating. No longer wants to leave to join Real Madrid. Oh, didn't even realise that he still wanted to go there, but I'm sure you're definitely worth £2 million. Is AFCON over yet? Finance bugs. Yeah, just with the player values basically being absolute trash for a team that was like regularly in the last stages of the Champions League. Like star world-class players being worth £4 million. It's just absolute nonsense. Particularly when that same player was worth 100 million a year before. Morocco through. Actually, we might have a little check-in on old AFCON. See if there's any upsets cracking. Oh, wait. I always do that wrong. I feel like this menu up here is also super, like, difficult to navigate and annoying. So, any surprises in the groups? So, Ghana, Senegal, and Guinea go through. The Gambia out. Libya and Mali don't go through. Wow, Congo for the skin of their teeth there. Burkina Faso, greatest team in all of Africa, knocked out. Nigeria don't go through. But Zambia do. South Africa, unfortunately, don't. And Cape Verde... Ooh, that's not a good time for Cape Verde. Togo getting second in their group, ahead of Algeria. Now, Guinea-Bissau have actually won AFCON in this save, so... You know, is there a chance of another round? This is where they're already out. In fact, they are, yes. They lost to Cameroon. Never mind. So who's actually through then? Egypt, Zimbabwe. Okay. Bit of Zimbabwe. Don't mind that. I'll pen Angola, though. It is very annoying. It just makes it difficult because it makes it hard for long-term planning, especially with things like FFP. Because with the values dropping so much, it means it's impossible to cover off signings with sales because players are worth nothing. Because we're seeing so many reports down this left-hand side here. I'm not used to it. Rodrigo. Was he the... Oh, yes, the guy with the... Wow. He could be very good. Guinea-Bissau, I wonder why. Because I've seen a lot of good players from Guinea-Bissau coming through, weirdly, at Spanish clubs. Oh, no, that wasn't. It was Equator Guinea. Yeah, sorry, it was Equator Guinea. Yeah, a couple of those Mori Wrench guys were pretty solid as well, actually. So I guess it's just because of the Portuguese youth rating. Ooh, Errol Magotsi. I mean, Errol as a name is... You've already... Oh, he's a wingback too. What are we saying, Errol? He's not horrendous. More information required. Also, that was Scott Donnelly again. Has he increased his African knowledge, or is it still just going to be the same nations? I get the feeling that it's these same nations. I'll be amazed if we suddenly see, like, Zimbabwe rock up on here as well. It seems like when you set them to scout Africa, the game has, like, an opinion of what Africa is, and what it is like a very specific set of nations, and it will not look outside of that. Because he's not finding anyone who really. So it suggests to me that he's just not actually scouting every nation. I wonder how that mechanic actually works. That is a good way, though, to see what nations the scout is actually looking in. Because if he's not getting any scout knowledge of those other ones, then clearly he's not looking there, right? It's not like any of those leagues are switched on or anything. So it does make me think that that's a good way of figuring that sort of information out. £2 million for Perez. I mean, some might even say that's too much. That, in actuality, who's he wanted by? Chelsea still. I think you get a bidding war started, we can maybe make it work. Hadrian's pulled his groin. Is he willing to become a coach yet? Now that he's got his coaching course. Oh dear. That's not what you want. Bit of that. Is he... So he's got staff attributes. They're all crap, but maybe now would be... Oh. Oh, of course, because I did give him a new contract, didn't I? I think it's going to be a while before I can convince Hadrian to stay. Bliss has pulled groin. Well, I think it's because I'm punishing you for not accepting a staff role. I think that was made very clear. Yeah, unfortunately, that new contract means he may not retire anywhere near as soon as we were hoping. No offense. Team reports new. Where they went, what they looked like. Yeah, I want an itemized invoices of where they were. Show me your hotel bill, etc. Would have maybe allowed us to twig onto those scouts that were spending all that money in Brazil on the last save. Did I score Strader? 22, though. I'll scout him, but I don't think he's particularly good. So these guys, I mean, they're both at Genoa, so probably not. But also, Mateus Vela. For a second, I thought that might be another Maltese player. I'm going to make you retire, mate. I'm going to run you into the ground. It's a shame you're not a scout, really. Krastev in KSA shirt. No. Right, here we go. Birkirkara. Away at... Where are these guys in the Conference League? Okay, so they're outside. They should be doing well. Like, they really should. This needs to be a Birkirkara win. I get the feeling they will lose this. It feels like randomly they always seem to have a habit of losing the last game when they've qualified, even if they haven't. Pepper's out on loan. I realise you've been mostly a super sub, especially in the Champions League this season, but you're just too important, bud. We'll ask Kadri to solve it. I don't know why Kadri would be the one in charge of solving it, but sure. Must be similar social group. Do you know what, actually, with these guys, I find that when they ask for a loan like that, if you just accept it, and then when you turn a loan down, you just tell them they weren't offering enough wage, and it seems to appease them for the time being. Will he be an analyst? I wish, but unfortunately he's a manager, so the best we're going to do is probably be able to get him as like a youth team coach. But the fun part there is that means potentially he could end up being poached. It's going okay, Espresso Cat. Up and down results today, but we haven't actually lost, at least. Just maybe been a bit unlucky not to win the Arsenal game. Over to my team's fault. Jesus Lord. That's a solid amount. Why is there anyone good in here? Oh, okay. Ooh. We already know about you, but I'm going to shortlist you so we don't forget. Dragos Mihan. Solid. Shortlist you as well. We're just building a shopping list when we finally have money again. You're pretty cheap, but I guess it's because you're so young. He's probably good for Sporting. Optional transfers. Yeah, I guess. Like, because Martini, I mean, that trick that Martini showed us does definitely work to an extent. It's just quite time-consuming to try to implement it. You're at Arsenal. You're a youth player at Benfica. Oh, a Polish guy. Fun name, perhaps? Wojciech Azikiewicz. good name. Don't know if he's going to be top draw. I'm not sure any of these guys are looking that great. Cucino's a bit older. Oh, you're 27. I mean, really, really solid player for 27. Actually amazed that he's not moved elsewhere. But the exact time for... Was there any really old players in there as well? Okay, that's... Oh, Peter Andre, of course, yeah. It's a shame he left. And you're too expensive. Price drops. There's no justification. The justification is that you're using a custom database, therefore it doesn't matter what happens, and the game is therefore not responsible for any... You could basically edit the name of a player, and that means that everything that goes wrong in the game is because of that. That seems to be their response. In addition, their response to people that were using vanilla databases was that it wasn't happening, they couldn't replicate it, and it was using a custom database, even if you weren't. Pretty much. It was quite dismissive and quite irritating, but such is life. It's not what you want. Oh, it's a different Barcelona. It's, ooh, fickle. God damn it, man. It's actually still quite a steep release clause. SI code to see if I could kill first and go. I seem to have stumbled on some very interesting things, like debug commands, including things like short halves and dodgy keepers. What? Dodgy keepers. Now, you can see, obviously, it's set here to false because it's a Boolean operator, but that's funny as fuck. Could you, like, set that to true and then repackage? Instant penalty. Really? I mean, obviously, it's debug stuff. That's very... Oh, imagine if we could break that. Start getting some crazy shit going. I think it's just because it's quite easy to just basically blame the player. Because a lot of the time it is, generally speaking, the player's fault. Like, and I'm not saying that what we've done hasn't potentially affected the player values, but it'd be a bit weird if that was affecting other saves that weren't using our database. That's... If it was only present here, then I'd have no leg to stand on. But the fact that it doesn't apply just to this is why I'm like, well, clearly it's something more than that. Their match testing tools, that would be... Imagine what we could do if we could actually repackage it with the match testing debug stuff turned on. Is there any, like, utterly bizarre shit in there? I mean, firstly, dodgy keepers alone. I feel like I've got those on permanently. Let me guess, Bikikara lost. Oh, no, they drew. With a 90... Hey, look, one shot on target for their opponents. And it was a 92nd minute... Have you... Also, side note, is every goal in the European tournament being scored by Bikikara a penalty from Richard Curtis? He has 8 goals in the Conference League, and he's had 6 penalties, one of which he's missed, admittedly. That's incredible. Yeah, I was going to say, I think we've got dodgy keepers turned on. He must be one of the top scorers, right? Oh, 9 goals. But annoyingly, does that get them top hot? Please tell me that at least gets them top 8. Okay, it does. So Bikikara ended up with 7th spot. Not wrong with that. We've got 9.5 points going into the Christmas break, but we've still got 2 games after Christmas. Still, so there's another 8 games to be played by the Maltese sides after Christmas. I still think we should be getting towards that. Also, Poland, by the way, what are you cooking up? I think we should certainly be getting towards the 12-point mark, probably by the end of the group stage if things go to plan. As for France, we have gapped them now by 1.3 points. We are actually starting to close in on Portugal a little bit now. It's getting there. One of the debug commands. All goals, that's fun. I guess, yeah, it is to test stuff like that. But I wonder if there's some stuff that we could actually find useful to play around with. Now, the issue would be how on earth we'd actually turn that into something interesting, because obviously it requires decompiling and recompiling the game, but that is funny. It is crazy that, like, shoot from kickoff? That's brilliant. Just when you think Hadrian's finished mining the game and finding stuff, he finds something new. Let me QA cheat shoot from kickoff. That would be beach soccer. Yes! Short halves. We're going full beach soccer. I'll read then. Friendos and friendies. What have we got this afternoon? Now. Options. We'll do... Wow. There's not that many people playing FM this afternoon. Holy shit. I mean, in the English category. I'm sure there is for the foreign muck category, but not in the English language category anyway. We're going to raid D-Boy. Cool. Yeah, that went a bit weird today. Like, I feel like we're on the right track. Like, that Arsenal game made me feel like, actually, yeah, we got something here. But hopefully we come back after Christmas and everything's settled in. Also, let's not forget, Malta made the bastard Euros. That's the biggest thing today, right? Malta in the goddamn Euros. What more do you want out of a day? We've got that. We get to look forward to that in the summer. That's going to be so sick. Yeah, I can't wait to see what you come up with after stream now. I'm going to be glued to the Discord. You can probably put it in the public bit rather than just send it to me this time if chat want to know. Yeah, but thank you for joining me today, friends. Thank you for all the resubs. That's very kind of you, and the bits in there as well. And yeah, I'm going to send you lovely people over to D-Boys. I will be back, of course, on Thursday, where good stuff can happen, hopefully. It better fucking do. Would you good stuff? Anyway, I'll see you guys soon. Hold your gun, Capybara, Carlisle Honey.